There we go. Done. I managed to get a start on that other side. I had some time today. Just some things I've got to finish off here and then we can skip through to another season. Nice down the line, is it? Yeah. I won't be too long at this. Let's get it out of the way. Be up to speed. So I did the other large area, but I haven't done the two houses here, which I want to have to do later. Now, what's this guy? Thistle. Where is that? There. Yeah, we'll be through this quickly enough. What's this guy? Chicory. Just two more after this. Oops. And this guy is Henbane. And this is our last one here. Daisy. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to touch these two, but I got the most important one in. We were starting to build out too far away from the storage areas. Oh, that one Daisy, wasn't it? There, we're up to speed now with that one as well. Yeah, we can fix those next season, that time. I've been in this season for quite some time, actually. I got that silly challenge out with those crop things as well. Let me see. Okay, let me just save it here for a moment. I think it's time to sleep. Oh, hang on. We gotta wait till morning. There's actually, that's one of the reasons I didn't skip a few seasons. There's a quest for, there's a few quests here. There we go. Yeah, there's a few quests in the settlement here. But this was the place down here I was working on yesterday. I was chopping down the trees and marking it out. Still needs some decoration, obviously, so I'm still working on it, but the heavy lifting is done. Just need to start filling it up with junk and the rest of the dyeing and decoration. But that's, well, I managed to squeeze in 2 houses comfortably. I want some kind of decoration in the center, and most importantly the resource storage. Instead of putting one in the center, which would be silly because, you know, going here it will stretch out, let's say way over here on both sides, covering a way larger area. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we got to... Said something about doing a quest at night. I wonder would this count. We're going to find out. It's definitely night now. Let me see. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can pick up any of these quests. Surely one of these will work. Oh, come on. Done this way. I'll get some lighting in here later, I'd say. But to be honest, it doesn't really show a ton of light. There's it down here. Okay, do a quest at night. Ah, fuck. Oh, there it is. Okay. It said any quest. I'm assuming this one will do.
Hello.
Ah, you're kidding me. Yeah, he won't talk to me because... Ah, well, that's kind of ruined that, hasn't it? Yeah, I didn't wash. What a stupid rule in the game. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can still get that quest. I think we might have missed our chance, have we? Yeah, waste of time. Yeah. I just can't catch a break, can I? Just can't catch a break. Ah, whatever. There'll be tons of other ones coming up, I'd say. What about this one?
Is anything troubling you, my dear?
You are, and why is that? I was just thinking about you, actually. Say no more. I'm free right now. Minimal health special. Okay. Hold on to your horses. On my way. I want to find mine for us. Should be ready for pickup in Gostovia. The problem with this one is will be done in the day. I needed something I could finish at night, I think. I know my way around that. It's a pity we missed that other guy's one. Something like that kid that wanted a hammer or something like that would have been good. Right. Dirty deed. Collective wine from Gostovia. Hang on. I might be able to get this done at night. Let me see. There's a possibility, alright. I think during a quest they will respond even if they're asleep. I'll get that little challenge out about doing a quest at night. Definitely worth a try. Okay, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? No. No, I wanted to get to this wagon guy.
you there?
Yeah, if I can get this wine back, it should work. Did say any quest. Now, I hope you'll talk to me at night, or this is a waste of time. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I think we might be able to get this. I think we might be able to get this.
How are you?
In the still night. Oh, where is she? Over here. Are you serious? Hmm. Okay. No, we won't get out of this one anytime too easy. Unbelievable, isn't it? Okay, we'll use the wagon again. With a bit of luck, we can get this done at night. Stupid. I'm sure I'll get one eventually. Something easy. Yeah, it's one of the dares from the coat of arms thing. So I'm trying to get this done at night. So where do we need to go, Veronica?
How do you do?
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Oh, what's this? I'm sorry. There was some commotion in here. Can I help you with anything? Oh, you're the first nice person I've met in this valley. Okay, believe me, anymore seems to be the problem. Well, I'm the rightful owner of this land, but those buffoons not only built their village here, they refuse to leave. Okay, that's a good one. What makes you believe that that land is yours? It's not a matter of belief, it's fact. I have the deed of ownership right here. And where did you acquire it from? It came from a distant realm and only very... I think this is a scam, yeah. Yeah. The deal? When I bought the land, of course, but nobody here seems to listen to me or believe my words. Oh my, I'm terribly sorry. I should have convinced them instead. That's not what I'm sorry about. I'm sorry that you have been deceived. Deceived? Yeah, by the not so respectable after all gentleman. The document is fake. You didn't even look at it. I don't need to. The law in the valley doesn't work like that. All unoccupied land is free for taking. The only kind of payment is the king's taxes. I don't believe it. I've spent my life in a savings, a worthless piece of paper. This is somebody we'll have to bring to our settlement. I've actually got room for her. I'm guessing. Again, I'm really sorry. I feel okay. I wanted to leave my. Join me. I knew it. Yeah, join me at my settlement. Are you serious? You barely know me. I've heard enough. Okay. That sounds amazing. You're a lifesaver. I met you. Splendid. Welcome to the family then. Done. It doesn't say anything about doing that quest at night. It said any quest. Yeah, I'll have to find one. Okay. That's a pity. There she is there. She's 36. Now, I have got a guy here and we'll have to move her in straight away. Actually, I'll move her into one of the other houses. Let me see. There's one guy here and he is 38. Yeah, Roland. Why not? There's Roland and this guy. No, he's 28. Okay, Roland. Well, I'll put her in one of the houses anywhere for the time being. And I'll sort that Roland thing out later. Okay. Now, let's see her skills. She's not the worst. Okay, I suppose we'll put her into production or something. Let me see. We'll sort that one out later. Production. There it is. There. That should do it. Oh, hi O'Keefe, and thanks for that raid, appreciate it, and welcome. How have you been? Yeah, I got another NPC from a quest. Bit on the old side, but I think we'll manage it. Because they're from the game, I decided to take them in. You don't actually have to, you can get rid of them after if you wanted to.
Hello there.
Well, let's see. Get back to the village, we'll sleep till morning. Couple of things to do and then we'll go to the other season. But I don't think we got that do a quest at night. It said any quest, so it must mean something that we've got to wait for. Let me see. Let's see, did it, no, I don't think it unlocked. There's that one, receive 150 damage. We didn't start the fire. Rat traps. Orchard, sheep, feathers. Okay. Sitting about. Well, I should be able to get that one. Perform all other dares. Hunt a duck. Oh, that's a hard one. Hawk. Okay. Oh, maybe we did get it. Let's see. Yeah, we did. It actually worked. Yeah, it's one of those up here. We got it. That's good. Because there is a night quest on this. It seems to be slightly bugged. It's just not showing up. Okay, and let's sleep till morning. Oh yeah, go back to your wife. That was an interesting quest. Okay. Didn't see that one coming. Okay. Okay, it was interesting. Now, okay, I think we've got that one out of the way. Let's see, is there anything here we've got to get ready? We can sleep, we can go now to the next season is winter, so yeah. We'll be just doing quests, there's not much we can do on a winter. So I think I've done, oh yeah, we'll see if we can do something with these houses once and for all. See if I can make them work. junk I need to do something about. There we go. Right, okay. Let's see. Well, once I level this guy up, I can see if I can see if the 7th one fits in. If we can't fit in 7, we'll have to go with the original 5. I need to center it at the door of one of these, or center on the house at least. I'll just get something to drink and we'll carry that on. I still need like a ton, a ridiculous ton of houses yet. Oh, hi. Hi, Ricardo. And how are you? Hello. How have you been? Managed to get out another one of those challenges and did something with that fire area. Just see what I can do with this. I'm pretty much ready to leave the season. I'm going straight into winter. Let's see if we can sort this guy. Well, as the measurement on this, I'd say would have to be the... But this is a lot harder to do because I can't use the fields, let's say, as a kind of measuring device. Doing okay. Ah, that's good. Oh, what were you doing yesterday? Were you working or something? On the weekend? I absolutely hate that. You know, if you're called in to do some work on Saturday. Overstepped in what sense? You mean here or somewhere else on where you were working or something, was it? Sorry, I'm not following. No, you're obviously angry about things that happened. We've all been through that. And, sometimes, people need to vent. Nah, you're sound. No, you're good. But, yeah, when old wounds like that come up, it can be very frustrating. Your opinions, yeah, well, they're not exactly mainstream, but, you're entitled to your opinions. I respect your opinions, But the whole art of conversation is, people talking and, just talking, We all don't have to have the same opinions about stuff. But you were probably having a bad day, Not a problem. We foster all opinions here. But most of the time we try to kind of steer away from the more controversial stuff. Well, every Twitch streamer has a kind of rule like that. It's not that the situation or the topic, let's say, it's so bad. It tends to basically frustrate people. Now let's get a little bit done on this. I don't need for explanations. I assumed you were going through a bad patch. Trust me, we've all been there. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes people will store a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? It's a common enough thing. I can be quite calm and can store stuff, you know, and then kind of sometimes, snap at the tiniest thing. And it's a pretty human thing, you know. And with so much stuff going on, it differs from person to person, depending on what kind of stress and pressure you're under. But we all say stuff that sometimes we really don't mean, or it sounds much worse than how we wanted it to sound, and it doesn't really reflect who we are. If everyone was judged by what they said if they were not having a good day, it would be strange indeed. Yeah. But everyone's opinion is based on, on their experiences, So, different people, different experiences, different opinions. Reality is sometimes, how could I put this? Based on how well you've managed your journey, if that makes sense, Now, let's see. We'll see if we can measure this out. Are we speaking about politics or just stuff in general? You see, different opinions and different factions and all of this stuff, it's very important, even if you don't agree with the other side. If you had one system that, everyone had to adhere to, well, isn't that tyranny? No freedom of choice. So, I believe, there's a lot of groups, let's say, I don't believe in, I don't subscribe to their ideologies or politics. But I think in the big picture, they're a plus, if you know what I mean. I'm pretty into steak and meat. Maybe too much. About 80% of my diet is red meat. Oh, hi Terry. No problem. And I hope everything is okay with you. But there needs to be, in my opinion at least, a variety of opinions and... that's not bad. And ideologies. Doesn't mean that we have to bow to it, But it just makes sure that none of the others gain an upper hand. Oh, how horrible. Absolutely horrible. I hope she's okay. Yeah. I can't measure this stupid thing properly because I can't do a straight line on it. Let me see. I knew this was always going to be a bit of a problem. Okay. Right. We do this little guy slowly. Oh, I see, that's as far as it will go. Well, that's a major problem then. No, we'll have to cancel this. I won't be able to line them up like I thought. Okay. Let's get rid of it. That's all I needed to know. Okay, I'll put something else in here. Oh, we could, I wonder if I could fit... I don't know. Could I fit 3 here? Here, let me save this and we'll have a look. If I could fit 3 here, I suppose I could get away with it. Hmm. 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 Is that even a thing, Ricardo? Or is it just something as someone identifies? I did a bit of research on that and, you know, out from some kind of loosely... How could I put this? Loosely, based activists. You know, there is no... I couldn't find it, like, an organization behind it. Hmm. 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 Fallout 4, yeah, they're doing something with that. I used to do a ton of building, Ricardo, on Fallout 4. If you want to see some builds, I'm sure I have some builds on YouTube from that. Sorry, I'm for typing this. There's no harm in saying that. You know, you didn't say anything, you know, too wrong. I don't think it should be a problem for your dad. You know, you're just worried and you want to talk to someone. It's not like you give too much information. I think you'll be fine, Terry. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Okay, let's see if 3 of these can fit in. To be honest, I don't think they can. But I'll just find somewhere else then. Sure, we can... There. Sure, we can find something later. But I don't think we'll fit 3 of these guys in, to be honest. Not with that kind of bend there. I'll give it one more try. I think I'll be filling this up with haystacks or God knows what. And even at that, no, we're wasting our time. No, we're not going to do this. No, okay. Let's that one. We'll let that one be. Yeah, not enough room. Not on that turn there. I've got other stuff in there. I've got a well. I've got tons of other junk that I can put in there. Well, I need spots anyway for the chicken and geese, so that would be a decent enough spot. No. Underestimate the status quo and push one too far. Well, my dad used to say people can be correct and fair with you, then choose not to. So pain can be consequence for their action. There has been times in history where things have gotten sideways. We're still a good bit from it. There has been a lot of stuff, let's say, but it's kind of sporadic. But if things keep going the way it is, you know, every few years things are just getting a little worse. It's like that, you know, cooking a frog in a pot system, you know. Yeah, how it will play out, I don't know. It's not like 200-300 years ago, you know, where, let's say technology was not that good. Now, governments and countries, they've got a lot of ways to suppress stuff. But, no, I don't think we're there yet. But we are going down that slippery slope. Bit by bit, piece by piece. There we go, yeah, well, forget about those two. They're not gonna work. Now, here's a good spot, I suppose, but the last thing I want to do is put more houses in here. And this is too close for a production area. So I'm gonna have to get a mill in here eventually. Definitely need to get rid of those trees. I don't know, if I was gonna put a mill in, I would prefer to go here. And then I've got to rake a space the other side. Yeah, okay, we'll just move the trees out. I'll start on the mill next season. Get rid of that junk later. Now, if we're going for a mill, this is an ideal spot for a mill. Ground is maybe even a little too good, to be honest. Well, I think we could do something here. Lining it up would be a little bit of a nightmare, but oh, it's not that bad. Maybe just a little turn. A tiny turn, but not much. Yeah, okay. What I'll do is next season we'll make a road. We'll find a center piece. We'll push the mill back as far as we can back here, I'd say. Or even a mill, let's say, with some fields around it would be kind of interesting, I suppose. And then we're talking about more farm sheds. Yeah, we'll get this junk out of the way. We better, well, we can't do it in winter. We better get out of here. We'll have to get to spring as quickly as possible. Then we can start all this in spring. We'll have a good bit of time. Okay. I'll start getting rid of this junk and then we'll move everything later. But yeah, this is what I've managed to do down here. Work on this as well. I'm not sure about going with the trees here again, but it's looking like we'll have to, isn't it? Another interesting one. We'll see what this game can take. Yeah, so this is what I worked out with here. Obviously I need more stuff to finish. I can do the decorations on them later. Well, that was a huge area to dig out. But it's relatively flat, it's not too bad. No problem, Terry. But you know, if she wasn't herself, I'm sure that the cops will see the circumstances of it. Right, let's get out of here, guys. We need to get out of this season, so what are we going to dump back into here for a little bit? A lot of stuff we really don't need to be bringing. Now that we have the room, yeah, we pretty much Out of the room. Ah, well, we don't want carrots anyway, do we? We'll take the nightshade, the night figs. Okay. Well, I want to bring the dye because... yeah. The honeycomb, actually, I'll leave that out. I might actually need that for something. And it won't rot, and the eggs, of course. Oh, okay, come here, you. Yeah, they'll just rot if I... there, it's not too bad. I'll have to put a few baskets or something in here. No, it's just a game. No. The stars cannot tell your fate. To a certain extent, we make our own fate. And sometimes by luck and happenstance. Oh. I never paid much heed to horoscopes, but I'm not sure. Let me see. I think I'm Taurus. Yeah. I think it's Taurus. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've never really kind of looked into the horoscope thing. It's too crystal ball fortune telling, kind of medieval kind of quackery kind of stuff, you know. But astrology itself is pretty amazing. But it's just, you know, the witch doctors that made it into to star signs. Now, we'll just get rid of some of this junk and then we're off. See what I need out of my inventory. Yeah, okay. I'll get rid of those logs now. I'll hold that straw for a while. Yeah, that would do. Kind of see where we're going with this. We're okay for, well, okay for all of the other dyes. We've got a ton of blue dye. Yellow and green, really. They're the only ones we should be going for. Yeah, but I don't think they kind of trivialized it with, you know, a person's future. Well, not for the common man, anyway. It would have been used, I suppose, as a kind of restraint, almost religious, I suppose. You know, with the likes of the pharaohs and that. Probably. Didn't really look into it much. Every 25,000. Yeah. But do you remember that hullabaloo about the Mayan calendar that ended in 2012? And everyone was obviously wrongly speculating that, oh, that means the reason to stop the calendar is there's no more time. We've run out of time. Oh, people were going mental everywhere. And life just, you know, kept going on. No one can foretell the end of the planet or the end of life on it. There's a few things that could do this. A massive natural disaster. You're talking about, you know, super volcanoes. You know, the ancient ones. The ones, let's say, like the one like in, Yellowstone, isn't it? I think there's like half a dozen of those. If there were to erupt at the same time, yeah, we were pretty much done, I'd say. Another one would be massive asteroid impact. These are the ones we can't control. And the chances of the sun going supernova is slim to none, so you could rule that out. And then obviously nuclear devastation, that one we can control. But yeah, you just don't know. Mm. Mm. Is a match, yeah? Now, I think we're ready. I think we'll move on. Oh, it'll be slim pickings in winter. I can't be out in winter to ground. Can't see what I'm doing. So I'll have a look. I need to see how it shapes up to the road and kind of obscures the roadway. So we just work on the quests and then get out of it. I think we're pretty good so far. Oh, you're kidding me, there's another quest here. Okay, I'll go for it. Who's this guy? Why not? It's Godfred. Yeah, let's check out Godfred.
How is life?
Can I help you with something? I might need your help. What is it? I'm about to go hunting, but still knock some equipment before you get it for me. Sure. Deliver copper owls. We need 19. Okay, I'll just make them, I suppose. I think it's important we get some of these out.
May the forge be with you.
Weapons, copper weapons, copper arrow. Oh, 20. That should do it. You could do it that way, I suppose, yeah. But you'd have to make sure that you keep getting married and you have to have a kid to carry on as before you reach a certain age. I think on this you die off at 60 or something. I think. Yeah, I think it's 60, maybe 50, I'm not sure. So, yeah, by the age of about 40, you know, you'd have to have a kid to carry on as, or the game ends. Yeah. It can be, yeah. But to be honest, once you do the main quest and, you know, once you do a little village or whatever you want to do, and then you can kind of stop whenever you want. But it kind of depends on what you want to do, you know? It's just giving me a little bit of variety as I'm doing this, so I don't, you know, do all the building at once kind of thing. There, that's done. Now, I think we got everyone from here. We have. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Now we can move forward. Yeah, it's like, imagine if you finished Fallout 4, the main factions and whatever, and you're kind of messing about with your settlements. You'll get those kind of generated kind of quests. Pretty much the same thing. Yeah. Once you're finished with the story, it's stuff like that. Maximum. Let me see. I think it's 120 on the motorways. Let's say in towns in the street, you're talking about 50 kilometers. On some of the B roads, sometimes 60, sometimes 80. It depends. School areas, you know, could go down as, you know, I think 20 to 30 kilometers. So anywhere, depending on where you are, anywhere from probably 30 to 120, as far as I know. Yeah. I drive pretty carefully. I've never driven for fun. I've always considered an automobile as a tool, getting from A to B, working, that kind of thing. But yeah, I have driven, uh, pretty fast on tracks and that, when I was younger with the guys. I wouldn't call myself a really good driver, but never had an accident. Well, some idiot rear-ended me at a traffic lights when I was parked, and that was about it. I've been driving a long time and have a lot of miles, but a very careful driver, you know. Yeah, yeah. Most people do actually. Most people do. I am completely the opposite. I'm always aware of, potential risks and stuff like that. And you'd have to be, because sometimes here in this country, they drive like idiots. I've seen it all. I've seen guys coming the wrong way around a roundabout, cutting you off, let's say, on two lanes. Goes on forever. You know, pulling out into a box junction, all of that silliness. But here, you can't be a bad driver on the B roads because they're very, very narrow and people really boot it on those roads. So if you're a bad driver, you're not going to last long, I'm afraid. Yeah. Mm. No, I'm pretty patient, but I remember I was waiting at a T-junction in the street, and what went on? Yeah, I paused for about 3 or 4 seconds too long because I thought I heard a kind of rattle from the release cable from the gearbox. Let's say I was about maybe hovering about maybe 5, 6 seconds longer than I should have because I turned off the heater to just see if it was a rattle and see that I need to get it fixed. And then this idiot behind me kept honking on the horn. It's about the only time I lost my temper, to be honest. So I turned off my vehicle and I got out. And when I glanced at the car was right behind me, it was a woman that was driving, so obviously I wasn't going to confront her. So I was pretty quick on my feet. I just got down and I looked underneath my car as if something was wrong, which I think was, and just got back in and drove away. But she literally turned white. But 5, 6 seconds, what's the problem? Mm. 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 Yeah, well, let's say driving is much like anything else. Practice makes perfect. It's like, almost like a video game, but with consequences. If you crash, you're going to get hurt. But it's reflexes and knowledge and everything else. Practice makes perfect. That's all it is. Yeah, but it's 5 or 6 seconds. But I did have a legitimate reason. I thought it was something up with the gearbox. And if there was, I'd have to get that quick. If it was just a release cable, get it done immediately before it gets too bad. But actually it wasn't. It was something that was in the boot and it was kind of rattling with the vibration. I thought for a moment it sounded like the release cable, But, she was a lady. I didn't mean to frighten her. But if it was a guy, I would have told him where to go and take it easy, But a very rare occasion. Hmm. 20 years later, yeah? But I had cousins that were, into that track and, they do the rallies here. This is a great country for, cross-country rallies and stuff. With the old classic cars. They're pretty much still into that. These guys would be, really big into that. Lots of family into that kind of stuff. Me, I never really had the time for it, you know. Now, okay, let's get to this next season. Hmm. And that used to be a thing, alright, I remember it well. But the UK, yeah, that is the place for that. I remember when I was in London, rarely a day went by where I didn't see a police chase with some 12 or 14-year-olds in a stolen car, maybe 5 or 6 cop cars tracking them down. Yeah, yeah. It is a massive risk. On the country roads, let's say, you get a lot of agricultural machinery. You hit one of those, there's no saving you. Then pedestrians and cattle and, pretty dangerous. When I did do stuff like that, when it did hold interest for me, I did it on tracks and stuff, or, that kind of thing. But it's very easy to, if you're speeding on those back roads, some kid steps out from a hedge or something, well then you're going away for a long, long time. Mm. No, it's not, but that have, let's say you weren't winning either, yeah. It's a pretty heavy piece of machinery. Mm. But the back roads here, there's no way you'd reach 160. On stretches, you might get to maybe 100, There's too much twists and turns. It's not like Denmark or Portugal and that, where the back roads, let's say, would have no trees or ditches or dikes and stuff. Well, you'll get the dikes thing in Holland where they're kind of draining the land. But it's a massive obstacle course, and it's hard to get even a quarter kilometre without a massive turn in the road. All of the side roads were built on probably, old medieval roads and trails and stuff. So it's quite an obstacle, but it's very popular with with rally drivers. But before they do an event like that, obviously, they'd shut everything down and make sure it's safe. But this would be one of the harder places to get a lot of speed on the back road. Mm. Yeah, yeah. It happened to me once, let's say, on a rally car on a track. Got sideswiped. But yeah, it was pretty safe anyway, the car. But yeah, even the doors couldn't open. But it was only an amateur thing, But it's quite risky, to be honest. But I was just a kid then. Oh, that's okay. Let me see. 137. Hang on, it says 238 here. 137 on this. Has the yeah, my friends when I was young would be really into that, and my relatives. Yeah, the old Fords. Yeah, the Mark 1s. And the Coopers, yeah. Yeah. The Fords are pretty popular here. The ones with the big grills. The Mark 1s, yeah. Oh, well, that's good, Terry. Yeah, here, let me see. Yeah, has the clocks gone back, guys, Terry? I think they have. Yeah, I didn't notice that. The clocks have gone back. Yeah, my clock says 2:39 and this game says 1:39, so the clocks must have gone back. Okay, I'm gonna have to reset that. I'll have to get one of those ones that do that itself, to be honest. I had one here and it got broken. Right, better get that sword before we go to next season. No, I think we're okay. Yeah, I think the kid is at 100%, so yeah, we don't need to do that. We could always do it later if we need to. Yeah, let's go. There's 2 events I need to do, but I can't seem to get them. Hey, what's going on there? Oh. Oh, I forgot to put her in a house. Okay. Okay, let's get back for a minute. I could have sworn I put her in a house. On the snow. Yeah, pretty dodgy. But let's say compared to my family and friends, never really had much interest, never really had time. There was always something eating up my time. But a fun sport, nonetheless. And it's still pretty big here, I think. The rally stuff. Yeah, I thought I put that lady already into a house, but apparently not. There. I can't believe I forgot about her. She's minus 56. Yeah, I just noticed my clock and the one in game was different. Yeah. I better set mine properly as well so I can stream at the same time. Yeah. I don't mind it, to be honest. I think it's fun. I never really had the time. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Now let's see, we'll find that lady again. Yeah, she's kind of ticked off, but at least I got her in now. She's got food, she's got everything, she's good to go. Now, can't believe I forgot that, but there you go. Yeah, it's only 1:43. Ah well. It was on an hour early. But I hate that daylight savings stuff, fever night. There's a fever spreading it down, a lot of them happens, or there's sick or afraid of getting infected. Restrictions, give them some herbs. Okay, I'm not going with that anyway. There's two in particular I need to get. They're the ones I'm really looking for. We'll just try a few times. I don't mind football either. It's just, let's say, since the 90s and the mid-90s, I've gone off football. You know, since they started to bring in world-class players. You know, I think the rules were a lot better when you could only have 3 foreign players on the team. You know. But the stuff like, let's say, the likes of Manchester City, they were a really failing club. I think they even got relegated. And then some Russian oligarch comes in, buys it up and puts in some world-class players, and you know, now they're up in the top 3 or top 5. Too much like a pay-to-win kind of situation, you know, where you're in a game. So I kind of tuned out when this became a thing. Oh, what's this? Okay, that will do, I suppose. New crest unlocked. Yo, what was the crest I unlocked? Hang on, this lady is still, what's her problem? Yeah, what's her problem? I think she's buzzed off, has she? Here, let me have a look. No, she's okay. Well, she's got food and water and that, huh? She'll come around. Just forgot to put her in to our house. Yeah, FIFA have always been, you know, the way they do the goal line technology is absolutely medieval. It gives perfect opportunity for corruption and favoritism. Pretty nasty. You know, some really high profile stuff, let's say, like, you know, one for instance would be the hand of God. Lots of countries have been knocked out of the World Cup because of, you know, stuff like that. But there should be proper goal line technology, and, you know, if someone calls a foul or whatever the case may be, there should be a playback on camera, you know. And if you don't do that, there's no transparency, and the whole thing is corrupt. Well, whenever there's a lot of money in something, yeah, you'll get that. Well, you know, for the longest time, you know, FIFA has been corrupt. You know, let's say where number one is where it hosts the World Cup. You know, apparently that's the kind of, you know, pay the right people kind of thing, from what I've heard. Or else they'll use it for bargaining chips and stuff like that. But yeah, very corrupt. Did you ever see their main base, their main staff office? Yeah, I remember watching a video where, you know, it was literally like something from a Bond movie, you know, with the baddies and that. Yeah, it was a strange thing to see. And then that guy they had, what was his name? He dropped out there about 10 or 15 years ago or something. I'm not sure, I think he was South African. Steph something or whatever his name was. But some of the comments he made really didn't help the sport either. I think some reporter asked him, and this is just one of his stupid comments. Some reporter asked him, you know, about, let's say, ladies soccer, you know, how could you kind of drum up more interest? And obviously I'm paraphrasing this a bit. and he said that I should wear shorter shorts. You know? Not a guy you want running an organisation, to be honest, an embarrassment. One single race, yeah? That kind of stuff. So you've got some corporations going too far one way, and then you've got FIFA going too far the other way. Yeah, you've got some corporations, pandering to the new crew, and FIFA's still doing it old school. FIFA. No. Okay. Yeah, I think she's okay, to be honest. Now, let's have a look at these guys. We'll see. Okay, where's the kid?
Hello.
He's okay.
Farewell.
Right, okay. We'll do our little rounds and then we'll get out of this season. We want to get to spring. You see what I mean about fixing it up and doing the roads? Yeah, it's kind of hard to see what you're doing. Now, let's see. Oh, there's no quests here to pick up anyway, so we're okay. Yeah, okay, we're good to go. Right, let's pick up our junk here. I'll be getting rid of that later. I don't know what's been in here, to be honest. I've seriously considered putting the well in there. Yeah? Yeah, with a passion, yeah. Wasn't he caught up in some scandal about tax evasion or something? Offshore accounts and all of that stuff. Yeah, but lots of celebrities do that, kind of do some creative accounting. Goes to show you too, the more money you have, the more you want, I suppose. Okay, we're going to get this junk here. Yeah. Sometimes, strange things, I suppose, can happen. Now we'll leave them at least 100. Well, we'll leave them 100, I suppose. And we'll sell the rest. Oh, hang on, that's too much. What did I say, 100? We just get rid of the extra stuff. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave the water. Okay, we'll get the water then, 3.5. Yeah, we'll keep it at a nice even 100. That should keep them going, and we'll get that down to about 100 as well. And then we can be out of here. So what have we got? 1579. There. It's a lot of food to sell. Yeah, they were usually a good team. It could have been a really bad day. An extremely bad day. Right, that's it with that anyway. Now, let's see what we've got on ore. Won't be needing a ton of that. So we've got to get a ton of dye again. I used most of it up on those buildings. Well, it gives me an excuse now to buy stuff, I suppose. Now, let's see. Okay, we do a straight 1,000, I'd say. Should be more than enough. That'll do it for probably a couple of seasons. Oh. And 1,000 of these, and then we're good to go. It is in Brazil. It's very, very popular. Extremely popular, and South America as well. Oh, anywhere in Europe, really. Right, I think we're good. We're all ready. This stupid neck damage is giving me a migraine. I'll have to put up with it. Now, let's see. Yeah, we've got tons of stuff. We are good. There. Right, let's go on a little shopping trip. We'll get back. Well, we can take our time because we'll have to wait 3 days in this season to get out of winter. When spring comes, we'll move our guys back in to do the farming. And the kids should be almost at apprentice age by now. Let's have a look at that lady again. I actually forgot to put her in. I think she's here in this one. Yeah, 48. It's not too bad. It was 55, wasn't it? She'll get back to speed shortly. We unlocked another crest as well for some reason. I wonder what that was. It's probably the planting. And it will be a couple of years before we can get the other guys in, and then we'll move the animals in when we've got enough people.
How can I help you? Can I interest you in some wares?
Okay, let's get rid of some of this junk here. Yeah. Start getting rid of this junk, I think. Wow, okay. That will do. Perfect.
Take care.
At least we got rid of that junk. Now, we need a ton of dye. Pretty much used up my supply. Let's see what we've got left. Oh, kind of okay for black, I suppose. We're okay for blue. We need green. Or, okay, red I can make. Green and yellow. That's about it. Yeah, green and yellow. They're the only ones we need.
Greeting.
We'll take those. So we want green and yellow. There we go. Perfect.
Good luck.
I think we need to gather up some fertilizer as well until we're a little bit more organised. Gives an excuse to get rid of some of this as well. The bread and circus, yeah. Yeah. Something to appease the masses. Stadiums, yeah, falling apart. Yeah. To get something to eat in the beer, yeah. Well, the high prices in things like that is it's sheer profit driven greed. We've seen it during the pandemic, let's say. You know, people fighting in the stores for toilet paper. Then other people going online selling stuff like hand sanitizer for like 2,000% markup. We've seen it on PlayStations. You know, there was plenty of them, and Xboxes. There was plenty of them being made, and they were getting bots to buy them up by the hundreds, and then, you know, chalking them up, you know, maybe at a 100%, 150% margin, you know, as if they weren't expensive enough as is. And these profiteers, these guys, they had the cheek of saying they were providing a service, you know, because Xboxes and consoles were scarce. Well, the reason they were scarce is because those guys bought them all up. Yeah, that kind of stuff. You'll see that all the time, given a chance. Yeah, but the soccer in itself, let's say, when it works like that, it's a side effect. For what it is now, it's just a money-driven corporation now of selling shirts, you know, at ridiculous prices and that kind of stuff, and yeah, it's basically, you know, just a money-making machine, which happens to be a bit of a karma as well, I suppose, for people. But I can assure you that's only by coincidence. If it was not generating so much money, you know, it wouldn't have been so important to them.
How have you been? Have a good day. Greetings. Anything?
But I remember here, let's say, when was it? Yeah, during the boom and the burst, you know, the bust that happened to Goldman Sachs and all that stuff. It was a massive ripple. So, you know, obviously people were complaining. Let's say lots of people, obviously, during the bust had investments and lost a lot. Now, there's certain kinds of investments. Yeah, yeah. But what was I saying? Oh, I've lost my trail of thought. Yeah. And the investors, let's say, there's all kinds of investors. You can invest in stock, let's say, that has no guarantee. It's a given. It can go up, it can go down. It's almost impossible to get a guaranteed stock that you come out with your own money if things go bad, unless you get a government bond or something, and that has like little to no interest. But guys invested in stuff with 20-25% return, highly risky stuff. For some reason, we bailed out those guys as well. It's like if somebody came into your casino and bet all their money on black, and they lost and it went to red, and you had to, you know, give them their money back. But the money that they spent, you know, went somewhere else. So it was the dealer that was losing on that one. We couldn't understand that one. But our so-called leader told a barefaced lie. He said, you know, why is everyone complaining about this? He said, you know, we have the lowest bailout, he said, in Europe. He said, 500 million, 500 million, or something like that, which was an absolute lie. We found out a few months later, let's say with a bit of digging, it was somewhere between 8 and 10 billion onto national debt because of bailing out investors who liked to gamble, even though we had zero legal obligation to do so. You know, irony is, if there was no crisis, those guys would have lost their money. I don't get it. Well, the spending habits of people can be strange indeed. But yeah, if you don't like a company, you shouldn't buy from them. Easy thing to say. It's like, you know, let's say you're living in a town. We'll think of it outside the box. And there's only one supermarket. And you need to get food. Well, this is kind of different, but kind of on the same thing. And they triple their prices. So, you know, what are you going to do? Let's say you can't get anything. It's not that simple, but if they know they've got you in a tight squeeze, yeah, they'll squeeze. This is what I'm saying about corporations and companies and such. If they get too much control of a market, you know. But I'm still surprised at the actions from Microsoft. Well, no, to be honest, I'm not. They do crazy stuff, you know. But yeah, I wouldn't, like, I didn't buy Outer Worlds because, out from the fact that it looked boring and pretty kind of a mid-game, but the stuff they were saying, not that it made too much of a difference, but I didn't want to support them, you know, saying that they didn't want crusty white gamers. So what is crusty anyway? Does it mean old? So I'm white and I'm old, so apparently that must have mean me. So they told me not to buy the game, so I didn't. Yeah, it was rubbish anyway, you know. But to be honest, even out from that, I wouldn't have bought it, you know. That kind of stuff. Silly stuff. But it's just the madness in people. Kind of times we're living in. Might go on for another generation or so. But, you know, reality has a habit of smacking everyone back in place. In my collection. And they're pretty much under threat too, aren't they? You know? Yeah, but PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, all part of the same snake. But I do know, let's say, that Sony, or so I've heard from Sony players, they're not the best on refunds, are they? But do you know that rule, Ricardo, that Sony had? I think Microsoft might have it again, yeah. Oh, I never ever, right from the start, I never simped for a corporation. I was never a fanboy. Doesn't make a difference, you know, where it's from. If the company is Irish, I'm not going to simp for it just because it's Irish. I believe if a company is doing something toxic, say it like it is, you know. Yeah. It will go on for a while, obviously, until people stop buying the products. Yeah, but what was I saying about Sony? Sugar. I'm easily sidetracked. Yeah, something about the refund. Oh yeah, there was very hard to get a refund from them, and if you bought something digital, you had zero chance, even if you didn't load it up. But I think they're bringing out, or they already have, Ricardo, a law in the EU now, where you're entitled to a refund on anything. Doesn't matter if it's digital. All people language. Yeah, I remember that one. That would be interesting.
anything?
Right, we'll buy that junk up. And that. Okay, nearly there, and the spruce will be eventually needing those, and now let's give them a ton of rubbish. There we go. Perfect.
It was nice seeing you.
I bet if again, it was top of the line. Over 15 euros back then. Yeah. The same one now, if you're talking about maybe 6-7 years ago. Same one now, you're talking more like maybe 3 grand, yeah. Pentium 4, I remember them, yeah. But they've sky high the price of everything. And it's like I see it like an artificial scarcity, Ricardo. You know, much like, let's say, what those guys do with the diamond mines, let's say, purposely holding back the diamonds and driving up the price. You know, if Nvidia or AMD and whoever's doing it, you know, started to produce more chips, it would bring the price down, but they're not interested in doing that. But it's kind of ridiculous now, because it's gotten to the stage where not only are they ridiculously expensive, but because of the scarcity, you know, people are buying them up and selling them for a markup as well. But like the latest graphics card from what's it called? Nvidia, the so-called 5090 or something it's called, has a markup of anywhere from $2,900 to I think $3,400, depending on, you know, some little tweaks or something they're doing to it. But like, come on, 3 grand for a graphics card. And these same corporations would expect people to work for $2-3 an hour with tips. This is the thing. The stuff that it's like an old saying here, a pretty old one. What was it again? Yeah, my geese are swans and your swans are ducks. But yeah, basically, you know, their time and energy is worth lots and lots of money, but your time is worthless. Yeah. It was, yeah. Yeah, upgrading too fast, and you know, within maybe a year and a half, you can't play games anymore. Yeah, because basically, what you've seen is what you got. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's why I've always been kind of, not to mention the, you know, I've never played on a PC before, but you know, who wants that kind of messing, you know, where you give tons of cash, let's say, you know, for a PC, and then within 6 months you'll have to go on and give maybe 6, 7, 800, or maybe 1,200 again for some other piece. Yeah. I know, let's say you could get something probably really decent and it might last a few years, but yeah, it's pretty expensive. There should be a kind of a standardized thing on PC, you know, where a game comes out, whatever the case may be, some kind of set, kind of level or something. But that would be kind of, you know, they're always custom. It'd be kind of hard to work that one out. Yeah, hassle is, well, it's still pretty expensive for what it is, for the kind of service you're getting and a choice, you know. But it's not going to be a cheaper alternative shortly, from what I hear. Everybody's complaining that the new console will be at least 800. I think they're way off the mark. I think we're talking about 12 to 1500, Ricardo, if everything I've read about it is true. Yeah, maybe more. But when you see an Xbox executive saying, oh, well, this console coming out is going to be a premium gaming experience, which usually means, you know, from a corporation, that it's going to be an overpriced piece of stuff, you know. I did as well, yeah. I had the Saturn, yeah. That was amazing for its time. That didn't last long, did it? It went belly up pretty quick. And massively expensive. I remember back in the mid-90s, Ricardo. Oh, we had the old money then, so euros, let's say, that would have been about, let me see, what was it, 25%, 75, okay, let's say 90, about 450 back in the day, if you change the money, and then inflation, my God. You're talking about a console that today would have probably been priced at about maybe 800, you know, with inflation. Yeah, yeah. Had them all at once, one time or another.
How can I help you?
Okay. We're off. Ah, that's not too bad. Wish I can get to this guy here before he gets too far.
How have another client?
Now,
Welcome.
we better start selling some of that meat. Like a ton of it there, isn't there?
Can I? I've got everything you need.
Okay, we'll give her this stuff here. Wow. There.
Be safe.
That was quick. That's what I like to see. I've got a Saturn barely used in the attic actually. Yeah, but I remember that kind of those kind of graphics were definitely groundbreaking for the time.
Oh, it's you again.
But expensive. Yeah, absolutely expensive. It is. But it's like, how much do people want something? You know, it's like, you know, the price of something is the maximum amount that people are willing to pay. It's always been kind of set like that, unfortunately. This is, you know, the free market. This is, you know, basically how capitalism is run. It's not supposed to go so toxic like that, you know. Obviously, if there is, you know, a shortage of something, the price will go up. Like, let's say, okay, let's say, okay, this is an interesting one. Let's say the price of milk went up to, let's say, went up 20 times to its normal price. Now, obviously, there's some lower income families that wouldn't be able to purchase this anymore because it's too expensive. So, you know, you've probably got kids, you know, going without breakfast, or, you know, little babies going without milk. And then you get somebody that's rich, and they'll walk in and they'll just buy that because, you know, it means nothing to them. And they'll give it to their cat, you know. So, you know, that's basically what the free market is. If something is scarce, it's at a premium price. The people who haven't got the money are cut out of the loop, and the people who have are in there. So, strange way of looking at it, I know. It's just the way the system goes, really, isn't it? You need a free market and you need capitalism. But like anything, stuff can be pushed too far. It's rife now with profiteering and corruption. And raising prices just because you can.
How is life? Best goods in the realm.
Now we have, what was it we're looking for? Green and yellow. She's only got yellow, so we'll take that. And we'll start selling some of this junk.
See you around.
How can I? Best goods in the realm.
Yeah, I think it's time we started getting rid of this junk here. Yeah, that's a bit better, I'd say. There.
Supplies are dwindling.
That's another one down. Senator to this side of the river, and then we'll get the guys on the other side. Supply and demand. It's always been that way since the whole bartering system, and it's a good system actually. It's just it's got some flaws. You know, the haves and the have-nots and that kind of stuff. But with a system like that, let's say, there's no really way out of that one, I'm afraid. Obviously, the rarer, the more scarce something is, the more expensive it is. But as we see the wealth gap, let's say, you know, between classes get wider and wider and wider. Oh, all at the expense of the middle class, where very few are going up to the top branch, but most are dropping down to the bottom. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to see. But when enough people hit the bottom, that's when the fun will start for Gato. See, most people won't act until it directly affects them, until they're under some kind of trend, and that's most of everyone, you know, would do so. It's like that. It's like that guy. I think he was Austrian or German bureaucrat. I think it would have been in the Purge. I think before the Second World War, where he said, you know, he said, what was it again? First they came for the communists. Yeah, or something like that. I was not a communist, so I didn't speak out. And then they came for the socialists. I wasn't a socialist, so I didn't speak out. Now they come for me and there's nobody left to speak out. The point he was trying to make is, you know, even if something doesn't directly affect you, if it's wrong, you should call it out. Because if you let stuff like that go, it becomes a big monster and it comes for everyone. It will get everyone in the end. If you let something, any kind of corporation or any kind of organization, including government, overreach. Yeah, well, that was more of a cultural thing, going back to the 70s, where I heard the stories. I don't know how true they are, but men were valued over women because they could work, and you know, you're going back 50 years ago, most of Asia was, you know, pretty poverty-stricken before they got into this kind of cheap production stuff. I heard stuff, and how true it is, I don't know, in China, let's say, in the 60s and 50s and whatever the case may be, in the villages they would have a hut, and if you had a baby girl they would just leave it in the hut until it passed away. How true that is, I don't know, that's horrible. But men were valued more because they could work, you know. So because of that practice then, they're having this problem now, you know, population problems. It always hits, let's say, the countries with the largest population, you know. I remember reading about it. How true it is, I don't know. But, you know, in a desperate poverty-stricken village, it's hard to know what would happen. But international trade has basically pulled them out of that since, I suppose, arguably around the mid-80s. You know, once China got, you know, real true access to the US, and then to other countries, That's grown in leaps and bounds. I think the first person that, let's say, Chinese output in the US, let's say, that kind of opened the doors to the market there. Well, those times we're talking about the 80s. We're talking about, you know, cheap mouse traps and, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, kind of dollar store stuff. It started off with. Would have been Walmart. Walmart would have been a pretty small kind of, almost a mama and papa kind of store somewhere, I think, but very, very low profile. But you know, once they got in with the Chinese, they're what, one of the world's biggest now. But I think it's through Walmart. I think it was the late 70s or maybe the early 80s. But China took a big gamble at that time, putting everything into production. Kind of, from what I've heard, how true that is. You know, maybe they were kind of a mid-range kind of thing. You know, maybe they had a few stores. They were just in the right place at the right time, you know. But this is how corporations are. And it's a 101, you know, if you do economics. If you were starting up a company, let's say you got a product that, you know, everyone wanted. Let's say you were really interested in money. You would pick a country where the labor is cheap, the government is welcoming, they'll give you a lot of, you know, deals, and low tax, you know. That's the way it would work. So, from, as I said, the late 70s onwards, Asia would have been the place to go. Absolutely. Now, the problem with this is, you know, the companies would have pulled out of their home countries, causing lots of jobs and that kind of stuff, let's say, to be gone. Moving there, getting it done cheaper, and then selling it back to that country. Now, that was the, in my opinion, that was the damage there and then, the loss of jobs. But it's much more than that. All of these production companies pulled out. You know, their factories lay in ruins and probably got demolished, something else built there, whatever the case may be. And now, you know, let's say countries that have been relying on this cheap stuff from Asia, if they were to try to do their own manufacturing again, it would probably take 10 years to build up their manufacturing facilities again. So, yeah, it's a serious situation. Like Xbox, that's mostly made in China, you know. India, yeah, most likely. You're talking about a huge population. Let's say where they work for a lot less money than Europeans. And yeah, basically. And there's the BRICS guys, you know, they're like the EU, you know, the countries got together. There would have been Russia, China, India, and a few other countries. Like their GDP now, I think is a bit more than the West. A bit more, I think, 10 or 20% more. So you get a lot of countries now, let's say, turning to them for deals. So you'll see a slow decline. And this is because of greed in the West, you know, where, you know, getting a reasonable amount of profit wasn't good enough for these guys. No, they wanted it all. And they wanted to keep jacking up the price every 5 seconds. But they've done damage now that's going to be very, very hard to fix. Well, yeah, a lot would, some even in China, in Eastern Europe, but that would probably be top. There's even a certain area in India, you'd see a lot of it on YouTube. I got a few calls from scammers and I thought it was funny, you know. But yeah, if, you know, they're pretty dangerous, you know. But there was a guy called me up, Ricardo. He must have thought I was really stupid. But he said, I don't know where he got my number from. But the problem is, you see, I'm I'm on the voting register here, on jury register and on a ton of stuff, so they could probably hack in there. But God knows. Or maybe he just bought my information from Microsoft. Who knows? But he called me up and he said, "Hello, I'm from South African Wines." So yeah, would you be interested in investing for as little as 20 grand? I said, "Excuse me? You're guaranteed to get a 25% profit in less than 4 months." And I said to myself, okay. So I let him ramble on for a while, using up as much of his time as I could, and I pretended to be interested, to just keep him hanging on. And then I think after about an hour, when I got fed up, I said, "Well, you're saying to me," I said, "I'll get 25% profit on my money in as little as 4 months." "Yes," he said, "everyone is doing it." Well, I think what I would suggest, I said, is that you do it, because, you've just got a job, I said, phoning up people, I said, on the phone. You can't be getting much, I said, for that. So my advice to you would be to invest in that company. You'll be making a lot more than, I said, manning the phones for them. And then he hung up on me. Yeah. But legitimate companies can be kind of scammers too, Ricardo. My electricity company, their electricity, they're always bragging about 100% of their electricity they use is renewable from the likes of wind and solar power. So that was okay. So they phoned me up and they said, would I be interested in buying a wind turbine? I said, "Excuse me? Those big wind turbines for generating electricity?" They said something, it's 27 grand, but you'd make your money back in this and you could sell electricity back to the grid. Yeah. Probably, yeah. And I said, "You're serious?" I said. "You do know," I said, "I live in an urban area." "Oh, well, this will be..." "Ah, come on," I said, "I can't even fit a dog," I said, "in my backyard. You want me," I said, "to give..." As I was chatting to her, she was giving me the details of what she was selling me, and I was kind of Googling it on the side. So I said, and they said, "You basically charged me," I said, 27 grand, I said, "for something I can buy," I said, "and get shipped from Germany," I said, "for 2/3 of that price." "Oh," she said. "Well," I said, "yeah, I said, is that where you're getting it from?" I said, "How in God's name could somebody put up a wind turbine in a residential area in a tiny space?" But they didn't care if somebody was stupid enough to buy that. But who does their homework? Even if you were putting that up on the countryside, you'd need a ton of information. If you were silly enough, let's say, to buy that. If you wanted to buy something like that, you would shop around, you would probably get it shipped from Germany, and you would make sure you had all of your permits in place. But yeah, I wonder how it would go if somebody was stupid enough to buy that, try to put it up in their backyard, like a massive tower in their backyard, and the cops and the council came along. I wonder would they give you your money back? Yeah, basically doing their job. Yeah. This would have been a wind turbine, but that would have hidden maintenance. Not like you could... Yeah, but who'd be buying a wind turbine, guys? To be honest, you could make low-profile ones yourself. Because if I was living off the grid, which I consider doing a few times, to be honest, building my own cabin in the middle of nowhere, you could build this stuff yourself, Like the tech behind it is centuries old. But yeah, it would be pretty pricey. And if after 20 years, let's say, they're guaranteed the panels for about 20 years, if you did manage to barely squeeze back what you gave for them, like if you put that money In stock. Well, not in stock. Let's say on guaranteed stock. You come out with a profit. So it really makes no sense. It's a good idea, but the problem is the people that are selling the stuff are overcharging for it. So any savings you would get, they've charged you that as well, and they've, basically done that. Yeah, basically it's a magnet passing over a copper coil. That's all it is. That's the only way. Obviously, the bigger the magnet, the bigger the coil, the more power generated. Well, hydropower is a good option, but you wouldn't be able to. China are doing a massive one, aren't they? Oh, where are we going? The other one.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, nothing special. The tech has been around forever, and to be honest, I haven't upgraded it much. Our solar power, like that's been around for God knows how long. Again, hasn't been upgraded. Kind of, in a kind of a side effect. There's better storage options now for solar power. Let's say, and that's only because of the cell phone revolution explosion. Let's say where they needed better batteries, and then they eventually came up with the lithium. Which again, now has been spurred on by EV vehicles again, which I think are a bit of a scam. Well, it's a good idea. Let's say less pollution or whatever the case may be. The problem is, if everyone was using EV vehicles, we would never generate enough power. It would be a ridiculous amount of power. Plus, if everyone was doing that, the corporations would, you think it's bad now with energy prices, they would jack it up, and it would be much more expensive, even than what we're doing now. The only way the EV thing would work out, they'll need some new tech. They'll need some kind of system where you could charge it at home from the sun or whatever the case may be. Something really advanced that could guarantee, let's say, to charge your battery, and it's reasonably cheap. Hydrogen, I'd say, would be the way to go. But that apparently is unstable. No problem. Yeah, I stream 3 days a week, Ricardo. Tuesday evening, Friday evening, and Saturday evening. And that would be Eastern Standard Time in the US. In our time, it would be, well, in your time, it would be Wednesday morning, about 2:30. Wednesday morning, Saturday morning, and Sunday morning. Yeah, I just do the 3 days a week. I used to do a lot more, but now my heart can't take it anymore. But have a good one, have a good rest, and take care, Ricardo. Stay safe. Bye. Yeah, I'll be on for, my God, if I can do it, another 4 hours. My stream is supposed to go on 4 hours, but I always try and push for 6. Take care, and have a good rest of your weekend. Well, almost over now, but... But yeah, once you're tired, you should never fight it and go to sleep. Very easy to lose your rhythm. Before you know it, then you'll be like me, like a vampire. Me, I wake up a brief. There, I accidentally plugged up my jack. I wake up every few hours, let's say, with neck pain or back pain or some kind of pain.
Greetings.
Now, show me your wares. We're getting that. And what did I say we needed? We needed green, and we need yellow. And that's all we need. Now, we're selling him some junk. Of course, of course. There we go.
Be safe.
Oh, we just hit through this and collect the stuff we need. We'll take our time and do a little bit on that settlement. Just relax. We will relax. Once I get the next influx of settlers, let's say,
Oh, it's you again.
from the villagers' kids, we can really start to expand this place. Well, into the buildings at least.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Right, how much of this junk we got? Yeah, it's about time I start getting rid of that, isn't it? Now, let's go. Twitch, did they? Yeah. There's a thing that comes up here every now and again, the auto mod from Twitch. There's keywords set in there, you know, gives me the option to allow or to not allow, but I didn't see anything. So it would have been all Twitch, yeah. I was saying I don't want to push you off a cliff. Someone told me that tomorrow would be a great day for you to stream. Ah, oh, it doesn't really bother me that much. I used to stream pretty much every day until my health took a massive downturn. But let's say for me, you know, all I can manage, and I really have to work at it to get 3 days in. The way it works with me, let's say, is, you know, on the 2 days in between, I have a ton of medical appointments, and then, you know, other commitments as well, let's say, you know, family. High blood pressure, pretty much the same thing. Yeah. I was diagnosed with that about, I don't know, about 9 months ago, I think. Oh God, no. No. That is a big problem in my family, but high blood pressure. I've got high blood pressure. I've got an ulcer. I've got a bulged disc in my neck, to name but a few. But the biggest concern, obviously, is the high blood pressure. I'm on a ton of medication for that, blood thinners, all of that stuff. That can lead to blood clotting, let's say, strokes, heart attacks, that kind of thing.
How can I help you?
No, if it was the latter of what you said, I'd probably just dig a hole and bury myself, to be honest. I've seen that disease, that progression, to be something I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. A horrible condition indeed. No, thank God it's not the latter.
How do you do? Best goods in the realm.
Oh yeah, the feathers, we want those as well. Okay.
Have a nice day.
Most of life. How have you been?
Now, show me your wares. Okay, get rid of these. I need, what was it? I think I need 20 more eggs to get another. Oh, it's not an achievement, it's a thing on that signpost. I'll check that out in a moment. We can sell all that junk, get rid of it. We'll be good to go. Oh, it must have been a horrible stress. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about then. Yeah. I've never heard of that. Yeah. Yeah. It's strange that they even mentioned the word if they weren't 100% sure, Ricardo. You know, when I go for tests and whatever the case may be, well, I wouldn't say paranoid, but I know if they're suspecting something pretty nasty, they're simply not going to tell me. They've got legal, I think, and moral obligations. So even mentioning that word on a percentage is not very professional. So basically, when they're massively 100% sure, when they've only got to tell you, they'll tell you. And that makes me kind of, how could I put this? Gives me a bad feeling that, even if they're, let's say, kind of sure there might be something serious wrong, they're not letting me into the picture, but it's pretty standard practice here. Unless they're 100% sure, they won't give you any kind of bad news. But think about it, if they told you that, or anyone, let's say, and then that person went out and decided to end it, they would have a pretty big legal battle on their hands. I've heard horror stories of stuff like that. People, getting a wrong diagnosis, saying they only had months to live, and then either doing something silly like that or, giving away everything they have. A fresh game. Oh, hi, OMG. And how are you? Yeah, just finishing up on the other map and getting it over with and just chatting away, you know me. So, how's the weekend been? So, what's the day been like with you? Yeah, kind of slack now in the winter. It's just getting the quest out of the way. Yeah, usually Twitch will hold your messages, Ricardo, with swear words. My girlfriend was near me and said, "Doctor." Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
How is life treating you?
Now, Gostovia. Everyone would take that news, I suppose, differently. But it would be some horrible news to get.
Every village is a bit different.
But as the old saying goes, death smiles at all men. All a man can do is smile back. We can't control when our time is up, but we can control what we do while we're here, I suppose. And the impression we make. That's all we have really in the end is, oh, I didn't know this guy is back in town. I've seen the effects of it. I've lost many family members. And to be honest, yeah, it would be a hard battle to fight.
I envy you, simpletons. It's easy to be happy when you don't realize how miserable you are.
Yeah. Usually it's pretty quick. But sometimes there's a chance you might be diagnosed and, actually get out of it. There's always that chance, and most people will try and fight it for that. And that they might be the 1 in 100 that might beat it, at least for a while.
How are you?
Right. What does he want? Oh, he wants money. That's no problem. We've got tons of cash. What does he want? 7 grand. Done.
How is life treating you? My wares never disappoint.
I'll have to stop buying those in a moment. There's no need, really. I can't seem to get the blankets to sound this for some reason. I was using them for decoration. Whatever.
Take care.
Now, let's start picking up this small stuff I need. Eggs. Onions. That's the one.
Brad, good luck.
Perfect. Hmm. A bike is pretty dangerous, yeah.
Welcome. Another client. Welcome.
Okay. Now.
Goodbye, dear.
Just 2 more vendors, then we'll check these eggs. I think I need 20 more, so I think I need like, I don't know. Need like 60 eggs? It said sell 60 of them at once. Maybe if we buy these as well, scrambled egg. Yeah, that might help. Here, let's see.
What can I do for you? Let me show
Okay.
you my wares.
Yeah, I think we can do it that way. So sell 50 of them at once. Yeah, we'll see if we can get rid of that little challenge. Oh, they've got... Ah, for God's sake, I was waiting ages. They've got a ton of scrambled eggs. Okay, I could have doing this all along. It doesn't matter. We'll go back and we'll get that and we'll get it done. I forgot about that. You can actually buy these. Okay. Well, better late than never anyway. We'll hop back from here and I'll get the rest of them. I don't have to be buying those stupid eggs anymore. There's a small possibility of beating it, you know. There's always that. But if you've been privy to watching somebody suffer with that, it's hard to stomach, all right. There's always a chance, even if it is a slim one.
Wow.
There's an old saying, isn't there? Where there's life, there's hope.
Do you need
It's actually true, but sometimes that hope is very slim.
Hope to see you soon.
No, the odds won't be in your favor. That's exactly what I was saying. But, you know, maybe 1 in 100? You know? Still. Most people will go for any kind of odds. Yeah, but chances are, you know, it's gonna be bad.
Hello there.
Alright, let's get those other eggs. So we need 50, isn't it? So, there we go. Now we've got something like 70. Surely that would do it. Yeah, 72. Now, probably steep here and get ready and we can do the other, what is it, 4 villages? Oh, those odds are bad, but any kind of odds are better than no odds. Like, if you're playing odds, let's say, 1% is better than 0%. But no, not great odds. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating. There is, let's say, on the majority of it, we'd say, realistically, for an extra maybe decade or, you know, depending on your age, obviously, I would say more like 5 to 7%, I'd say. Not that I've checked the odds. It's just a complete guess. But I've talked to lots of people who've beaten it, you know. But I'm guessing for everyone that's beaten it, there's maybe 9 or 10 that didn't. None of my family have beaten it anyway. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a dark evening, that's why I thought it was much later. Okay, we can still keep going. I'll show you the one I'm after here. I'll make sure it goes off this board. Yeah, it's here. Something about stupid eggs or something. Where is it? They're the ones I'm working on. Those ones I'll have to work on later. Now that, I met that guy before, but I didn't know about this. It's a random encounter. I'll have to keep a lookout for that idiot again. This so-called beetroot baron. Okay, where's the eggs? Okay, that's weird. I know I haven't done it already. I think I must have done it, have I? Oh, that one do you know the one when we woke up in a new season? It must have bugged out and given it to me. It's gotta be, because it's not here now. Oh, we'll sell the eggs anyway. Well, apparently we got it. That's so stupid, really. Yeah, it's not here anymore. That's weird. Silliest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, I don't know. It's not on this anymore, but I forget what it looked like. But yeah, okay, apparently we got it. Doesn't make a difference. I can get rid of this junk anyway now. The other ones I'll work on later. Yeah, we want to get to spring as quickly as possible so we can finish off the rest of that building we were doing.
Hello there.
And then I can start to close in the back end of this spot. Now there's just 3 NPCs, so we'll get these guys quickly.
Welcome. Best prices in the area.
Okay. We'll sell him all the eggs this time. He's getting a ton of eggs. We'll see if it pops them, but I think I got it for some reason. They gave it to me early. Where's 70? Yeah, this might not work. Whatever.
I'm dead tired. Goodbye, dear.
Whatever.
How do you do? Let me show
Okay.
you my wares. It was nice seeing you.
Right, all we'll be needing now from this lady are onions. We're pretty much done with the eggs.
My wares never disappoint.
And we just need that for making dye. And we'll need a ton of that stuff. Now,
So long.
so green and yellow, isn't it? Yeah, that's the only ones we really want. Green. The rest we can kind of make to a certain degree. There we go. Right, let's go. Now our next one is... Oh yeah, that one that starts with a now. Might be able to get those NPCs just before it gets too dark, just leaving the other 2 major villages
How do you do?
left. Where is it? Starts with a now. There it is. Lesnica. Lesnica. Okay. It's called Lesnica.
What can another client? Welcome. And goodbye, dear.
Great. Only goods of the highest quality. Farewell.
Always waste so many arrows.
Can I help? I've got everything you need. Be safe.
One more and we're done with this. At least we got these guys out of the way.
Hail, friend. Price is so low you don't need to haggle.
Alright, 2 more villages. I know we could squeeze in that other one now. Get those 2 NPCs before they hit the sack, probably.
Down from the door.
Yeah, we just might be lucky.
How are you?
We definitely won't get the last village. There's 5 vendors on that. There's only 2 on this one, so... We've already done the challenge and we've got the special vendor, so... Here we go.
Can I help you? I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Have a good day.
Really? Let me show you my wares.
There. Okay, I suppose we'll travel there. And we'll probably have to camp outside.
is life treating you?
Now let me see. That's absolutely the last one there. Yeah. I don't know, we might get lucky. Let's see if we can get them all before they go to bed.
Travels are all very well, but
How can I help you? Best goods in the valley.
It's a possibility.
good luck.
Good luck.
Finally put down roots.
How is life treat? Want to see my wares?
That's why we're getting so much blue dye, I think.
Have a good day.
Hello. How is life? Take care.
Let me see what he wants. It's usually dye. Okay, 4.
Oh, it's best goods in the realm.
We'll get this done quicker. Might as well get this one. It's pretty easy. Bit of reputation. Where is it? I think there's 2 more NPCs after this.
You have a nice day.
I'm fed up with the people always complaining. Now
Now,
Ah, another client. Welcome.
yeah, it's time to start getting rid of that meat
Have
now.
a
I think.
good day.
What can I do for you? Another client. Welcome.
Just what I was looking for. Now the meat has to go. That's pretty good. Now, as far as I know, there's just one guy left, if I can find him. He's usually around here somewhere. I suppose we can do without him if we have to. Where exactly? There's Jan. He's the guy from here. Where is he? There he is, that guy with the pickaxe. I think he's having a drink for himself, is he? Yeah, this will save us waiting till morning. Ah. Pickaxe, where are you? Ah, I give up. Oh, there he is.
Hail, friend.
I have a ton of eggs that we don't need. That's it, we're good. That's it, let's get back. Now we can try and get out of this season as quick as we can. There's still 2 days, I think tomorrow and the day after. So we'll use that and we'll use up the dye we have. And then once we get to spring, we'll be able to do a lot more.
Hello there.
I'm gonna have to start boxing in the stuff I've already done as well. Before we spread out too far. And maybe closing off the trees at one end. I'm kind of finalising the size of this settlement once and for all. Right. Now, sort out this little die with that other junk we bought. See what we can do on this, and then I'm going to start measuring up for that that other thing that's coming across. It's going to take a while. Definitely use up the time we have on this season. Now, that one anyway for starters. And what was the other one we were making? Blue, wasn't it? Oh, sugar. There. There, that's all we can do. I don't know how much of that I'll actually need. We might have to pop down here and make some green. I think we're finished for the yellow. We are on the two of those. Yeah, I'll have to go all in on the green, guys, I'd say. I know I'm short a ton of green. That'll use up our yellow. Yeah. Yeah, we'll need that. We'll need probably 3 times that. Yeah, I've got them finished anyway. There. Right. So this is as far as I'm willing to push out with this, but we've got a ton of room on the center and the other side as well. And there's like, my god, there's miles of fencing to be done. So I'm really down to the decoration end of it, so we might be able to get out some part of it, especially around that house back there. Yeah, I think it's time we got rid of this junk. There, I'll get rid of those ones later. Right. Probably those. No, they're not too bad, I suppose. But they look horrible from the air. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start coming across here now with this. See these guys here? I might have pushed out a little bit too far. I can take them up anyway. I'll be probably going from here. We don't want too much room. Yeah, we'll go back maybe about 2 from that. Now, let's see. This is why I need all the green. And that will be... Right, that's done. I might be able to squish something in it later, but that's about as far as we go for that. But now these ones are, yeah, they're all basically done. I'll do a garden there later, and maybe something in the center. So it's this guy now. So we'll start with the green inside and then outside. There's no way I'll have. I don't even think I have enough to finish in here. So we'll be getting that through the seasons. I don't know, I might. I actually did buy some as well, and I made quite a lot. Yeah, we might have enough. No, but we'll do a good bit on the outside. We'll do about 8 panels, I'd say. Yeah, I forgot we actually bought some as well. That's the inside anyway. think we have enough to finish. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I think we have got enough to finish. Lovely. But not by much. We only had 22 left over. Right, that's the dyeing done here, yeah. I'm thinking about a small garden there. Maybe carrots or onions or something. We'll see. Decorating is a different kettle of fish. Now, I need to save this little guy, obviously. There. Now, okay. I think we are far enough here. So, let me see. Maybe that's a bit much. Maybe I go out about one. I need, yeah, I don't want to put too much room here. Either way, there's a few trees that need to go. Better get those out. We're going out about one, I'd say, from this. See, I'm probably better off doing this in the spring because I need to see the pathway here. But we can still clear this anyway. We definitely need to kill some time. I have to clear away a few of these. Those two at the very least. We need to kill some time in this season regardless. Well, the beauty of this is I can come across here in a relatively straight line, so make things so simple for me. I know, just take these three. Once the forest trees go in, they'll need a bit of room. Okay. Now I think it's time to get our line in. I'd really prefer to see how far that path is really coming out. But basically, roughly, We'll be coming right across here with our line of trees. My God. Yeah, well, that's a massive area. I might have to start blending it in a bit. This is a massive area. But then, you know, once I still have a ton of houses, it only looks big. And once you start building... Good God. Okay. We'll find out anyway in spring. What are we going to do until... Let's see how long we have to wait. Yeah. Massive. I suppose having our own little private forest to one side won't hurt. This is going to be a large garden area. When I get round to doing it, that is. But I could get a start on this, I suppose. In case these might pop up next season. I need them as a seed. Let me see. No, still can't. I'll have to move them and destroy them or whatever then, because... Yeah, I can't see this road properly. I don't know how far it's coming out here. I want it reasonably tight, but not touching this. So it's probably ending there or there, and I need to know. Can't do it with the snow. But either way, there's way too many of these. So... are we taking... these ones? At the very least. There. That should do it. Right, okay. We'll see how much time we have left. We might go hunting or something to kill the time. Have we any quests here? None for a change. Okay. We might need some skulls anyway. We'll hunt moose and bison. They're the only ones I use for decoration. Oh, we'll use the odd deer one, but I've got like hundreds of those. Oh yeah, I need food. Now we'll shortly have to start, you know, filling up these little small areas and stuff. Figure out where we want everything. It's just the big stuff I needed to get out of the way. Yeah, I'd say we go hunting. Right. So I think it's today, I think it's tomorrow evening we can leave. Yeah, tomorrow evening. So that's what? About 25 minutes, isn't it? Half an hour-ish. If we're lucky we might find some bandits. Alright, we'll save it down here. There's a few bandit camps, if I can remember where they are. Perfect. Now I just gotta check on my doggo for one tiny moment, guys. It won't be a second. Yeah, they're okay. They're just asleep. Now, let's see if I can remember where those camps are. I think there's one around. I think there's one there, actually. And we'll kind of run over there in case we meet something else. I remember finding one there, pretty regularly. Oh yeah, we're hunting as well. Let me see. Anything on the way down? We have. Oh no, that's just boar. I don't need boar. Not really. There's bison there. There's moose. That's what we hit for there. Moose and the bison. Right, it's actually not that far away. We do manage to get some of the skulls for trophies. Oh, one of my guys. Be a bonus, especially when the other houses are going in. Not much of a thing now, but I'm not even gonna bother kill those. God knows we don't need the meat. Ah, sugar. You stupid little porker. Ha ha ha! You little... There you go. Yeah, we didn't take much damage. The armor's pretty good. I wasn't interested in that poker at all. Okay, we better arm up. So around here somewhere. Nah, that's just a deer. There's a moose there. Okay. Oh, sugar. There's usually 3, but sometimes it's 2. I get these guys out of the way. I'm only basically doing this because we need to clear out the season. Plus for this anyway, we'll eventually use the skulls. Let's see if we get any. Now let's see. There's only 2 here, isn't there? Yeah, it's grayed out. Now these guys, even with this bow and maxed out skills, they'll at least take 2 shots, I'd say. Depends on how close I get to these guys, I suppose. Ooh. I think I'll take 2 shots from a distance. Ooh. No, headshot. Nah, he's a 2-shotter. That's it. Great bows. Right. Now we're heading for the bandits, isn't it? Or let's say hoping there's a bandit camp there. Let me see. Where did I say it was? I think it's around there somewhere I found it. Yeah, I think it's around there-ish. Kind of on this road. Now... Looks a long way on the map, but it's really not that far. Oh, let's see that camp there. That's the only one I can remember. Accidentally found some smaller camps, but it's the only one I can remember. It was one of the large ones. Not here. Sugar. Yeah, it appears around there. Okay. Okay, we'll keep on hunting. And now I remember there's some... Oh, where was it? Where's the lake? I think there's one around there. And again, it might not spawn in. Okay, hunting we'll have to do, I suppose. Especially moose. There's some bison here. Well, when it gets dark we can sleep, and then we just gotta wait till the end of that evening. And then we're good. Usually you're better off sticking to the roads to find bandit camps. Oh, if that's the case. Well, this kill. We'll still have tomorrow anyway. We'll just ride around on the roads. I didn't really take much notice, to be honest, of the location. Yeah, he still got through. Unbelievable. There's Twitchwood there. One moment. He's actually already banned. What? That's some good stuff, isn't it? Do you know what they're probably doing? Yeah, WiseBot automatically bans those bots. So there's a kind of an appeal thing where you can, you know, if you get banned, you can put in one message. And I think the bot is using that. Unbelievable. Yeah, WiseBot actually banned it. And don't get me wrong, you know, you could kind of ask permission before you did, but they're mostly a scam anyway, like. I think it's sad, you know, if you're streaming and, you know, you go to somebody like him, so what's the point in streaming? Right, okay. Okay, we'll shoot him in the backside. Took the 2 shots, alright. Ah, that wasn't too bad, that was a headshot. Now, okay. Let us see. Usually I wouldn't be interested in this. Yeah. I don't think I've been really around there that much. Here, there's some more bison. Why not? I get that bison, that moose, and that bison. We'll check here. And then we'll make our way back on the road. Looks far on the map, but it's not that far. Oh, sugar, there was 3 of them. Good health, it depends. If you're close enough, you get a decent shot. Ridiculous amount of meat. Now let's see. Winters, oh, it's pretty boring. You can't do the crops and can't really build much. Oh, there's a bandit camp, guys. We want to be pretty careful here. There's a bandit camp actually here. Okay, let's save this. Okay. See if I can draw them out one by one. Especially the archers. Nicholas, okay. Nicholas. Okay, no bandits. Right, that's really weird. No bandits. Okay, let's raid this place anyway, we'll see. Then we'll have a chat with Nicholas. Right. Okay. Yeah, I can't see a lot here. Well, there should be a key around here somewhere. This has been here a while, since last season, I think. There was rot in that bag. Okay, I'm not seeing a key. Okay, where's this stupid key? It's usually in one of those baskets. Oh, hang on, I never try. Silly. No. Yeah, this place has been here a while. Either way, we're gonna have to wait till morning anyway. Yeah, we'll cook up that junk. But there should be a key in here somewhere. I don't know, maybe some of the quests that you don't need a key. Or maybe ambushed when you release them, maybe. Well, we're gonna find out. I just want to get rid of that. Now. Right, where's this key? It's usually in something like that. Well, it's usually pretty close to the cage. Huh. Okay, we'll see if we can talk to the... Oh, there. Is that it? No, we did that. Okay, I'm assuming there's no key. Have you been dreaming about me? Okay. He's pretty old, 42. No, this is not a settler anyway. I've literally just met you. Some things are true whether you believe it or not. Okay. Did I ever tell you that the third Jack Ribbon symbol of my independent blah blah blah? Who are you? One of them is me. The other is not you. Whatever. I'm not the one who's locked up. Locked up, I cannot be tamed, blah 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 blah. And yet you're still behind bars, well, okay. Hey, don't turn your back on me. I don't care anymore. Come back here, you'll regret this. I won't take your face, blah blah blah. Don't get it. No, I really don't get it. What's the point? Ah well, he's wasted too much of my time. But there's no key. So, wonder we can... No, we can't kill him. Huh, pity. Yeah, let's see. Nah. Nah, that was just stupid. Time waster. That was kind of weird, to be honest. Now, all we gotta do is get to the evening. So we'll just do our kills and we'll move out. So we need... where is it? Those three are there. And then we make our way back. We might as well. That was disappointing, to be honest. There's something wrong. There was rot in the barrel, so that means it was there for a while instead of the food. So it was there for over 4 seasons, I'd say. Or 2 at least. So, maybe there should have been bandits. Oh, what's this? Ah, sugar. Okay, whatever. Ah, there you go. Let's see what we've got here. This is usually just rubbish. Yeah, pretty much. This would be an interesting build area. A little bit on the swampy side. Now, where are we going? Right, this way. For God's sake. Okay, whatever. Now let's see if we can outrun them. Okay, well, let's see. Not really interested in wasting too much time with him. Oh yeah, yeah. That wood carving guy. Okay, where's that? This way. Here we go. Oh, that's a deer. And there's another moose there. Oh. Ah, they're just deers, I think, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not interested in those guys. Yeah, we'll get our horse in a minute. We'll make our way back and we'll wait it out at the settlement. Get our settlers ready to get those crops. Until that new batch arrives. Now, where's that other guy I need to get? This guy here. And then we're done. Let's just say we've got enough meat. I've never seen these, just one. There's at least two. There he is. Is that him? No. Couple of deers. Yeah. He's here somewhere. He just needs to spawn. There he is. He needs to spawn in. I think that's our job done here. Now let me see. Oh, I see there's some more moose. Apparently we missed one. There he is, there he is, there he is. Gotcha. That was a nice shot. Now let's see. Yeah, that's it. Oh, hang on. Apparently there was 3 of them. Ah, sugar, it's a moose. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Nice moving target. Oh, I have to take out the pigs now because they're going to attack. Oh. They're pretty aggressive, alright. Ah, sugar, there's 4 of them, is there? Yeah. There we go. Carnage. And I check on the farming tools when we get back as well. Now, it's bye-bye to the moose. That's it, guys. Okay. Yeah, I'm not interested anymore hunting. We should be able to wait it out now. once spring comes in, once we can see that ground clearly, then we can really start to close up one end of that settlement. Yeah, let's see, did I take my medication? Please tell me I did. For God's sake. That's why I'm getting chest pains. I never took it. One moment. That's ridiculous. 4 hours late. I was almost sure I took those. I was wondering why I was getting chest pains. What I'll have to do with those in future is leave them on top of that PC I use. That will absolutely remind me. They're pushed to one side, I didn't notice them. God, they're horrible. Ah.
Let's go. Here.
Yeah, I just get something more to drink. Yeah, the taste is awful. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good day, have a good rest, and take care. Bye. It's like I've just tasted the ink. Oh, no problem.
Onward. Giddy up.
Yeah, we'll stick on the roads for a while.
Onward.
This was an interesting build spot as well, but a little bit on the lumpy side. Raises up too high on one side. No, that was probably the best spot I could find where we are. Whoops. Nice. Watch where you're going, Croc. Okay. There's another one where I've got to do those challenges. I've got to do that with a donkey.
Giddy up.
But I didn't get any donkeys in yet. I'll do it later. This way, apparently. Well, I've got a good few seeds in storage anyway, so it shouldn't delay us too much once we get to that other season.
Here. Wir. Move on.
What have we got here? Ah. It would probably be more interesting if that was the only way you could actually get seeds than food. Yeah. But it would make the game extremely grindy, I suppose.
Wir.
There we go. Right, we need water, we need food, and how long have we got left? It's what, 2-ish, so 7, 5. About 9 minutes we'll be able to fast forward into another season. Right, let's sort out the other stuff. Okay, let's get rid of this. This is just the stuff I want to keep. I have those spoons, that was one of the challenges, and I keep forgetting to sell them. Silly, isn't it? Well, that's it, that's all of our junk. We just get some water and see if we can wait this out a little bit. Can't do 0 here with this snow. Home sweet home. Oh, I've got to do stuff on that, don't I? Yeah, let me see what we can do with that. Well, all you could do is put the banners on this, really. Let me see, there's 3 on this side. And 2 on this side. I get some food. Okay, we'll save this game and then we'll see what looks reasonable. I'd say a large banner in the center and 2 of the smaller ones on the side. We'll save it, we'll try them all and then we'll load up and we'll see which ones we want on this. Once I get time, I'll do the emblem thing on the sign. So I'm thinking... Oh, the large one might be a little bit too big, maybe. That's the biggie there. It's going down a lot, isn't it? So you've probably that, and then that each side, or well, let me see. Oh, an experiment, but you're wasting your time with this because you know can't be really putting that outside. And then the flower boxes, I'm not sure. Well, we're gonna need some, aren't we? There's only so many banners we can put up here. Let's see what else we can put on this guy. No. Okay. come in with some more flower boxes. So maybe... I don't know, how many flower boxes can we use? I don't think we have much of a choice, to be honest. Banners are a little bit dopey. Maybe if we use the... Okay, I'm thinking we do this then. What have we got in here? Okay. Oh, hang on. I forgot about this guy. Okay. We'll go the kind of classic on this then. The smaller one. Oh, here, a different story. I'd have to use banners there. And maybe... I'm not even interested in using a banner there, it's silly. Yeah, let's do something with this. Okay, we'll do the window. Yeah, I think banner in the center and then we just flower it out. There's not much of a choice, to be honest. Oh, we could, yeah, the flags. The big one goes down too far. There's that one there. I'm tempted to use the banners again, but it would have been much better if they had to put a window here. Don't know why they actually did that, to be honest. Or basically, if I was doing this house, if I was leaving this like that, I think that was totally wrong, too close to the window. I'd have the fireplace here. The bed's over this side, maybe. But, whatever. And you can't build the furniture inside, that's the horrible thing about it. Something if you could do that. Furniture. Yeah, let's say you're going with tables. Let's say you want that one. See? There's no way you're building it inside. You know? So everything is outside. Yeah, to be honest, we'd have to go with banners. Too many flower boxes. It's different here, there's not much anyway. You kind of gone to 2 and then... Yeah. What was the one we used here? Yeah, we'll put that in. Yeah. Or you could go with 2 and 1 in the center. Will be... Yeah, that's what we're basically doing here, isn't it?
Question everything you say, and either
yeah, I think we go 1 flower box. That's a pity. Yeah, we have tons of stuff anyway. I can afford to waste a little bit. And that would be a better look. Get more central, I'll come that'll brighten up later with kind of decoating later when I get around to it. I had a ton of linen now, probably running out shortly. Yeah, it shows me how much I have left. Actually a good bit. There. Just fill that with dandelion and then we're cool. Yeah, that's it. That would do. Are you kidding me? I put a moose head on this. What the... come on. Okay, we'll do it again. Yeah, it says Moose Trophy's already there. Oh, there it was. It was just a bit glitchy. Yeah, it was just a tiny bit glitchy. Okay, I think we're ready to go to another season. That would work. I'll do the rest of this later. Right, we need to transfer our guys from the mines back to the farm sheds before we do this. Oh, and checking that those other guys we've been training as well. Sugar, what's going on? Oh, I can't believe it. I forgot to do the... whatever. We'll do it later. It's too late now anyway. I forgot to go to the builder to get him to fix it up. It didn't really make that much difference anyway. We can do it next season. That guy must be maxed out by now. Yes. Roland. Now there's two more. I think I bought them in production. Oh, Georgina's moving there, alright. Where did I put the other guy in the herbalist hut, is it? Yeah, there he is. He's almost done. Okay. Let's save this one. Oh, I've been kind of juggling these guys around for a little bit. Yeah, okay, everyone's in the mine, but we better get them back. Right, that's enough in that for a moment. Now, the two new guys, I'll push them over to farming for a little bit. Yeah, that guy there. I think there's two more, isn't there? Oh no, the other guy I've where's that lady? Should be able to see her from her stats here. Hang on. There she is there. Georgina. You get yourself in there. That would do. Let's check that guy in the barn. We'll check his stats. Roland, is it? I think he's maxed out now. Yeah, well, leave him where he is. He's maxed. Okay, that would do, I'd say. Let's make sure everyone is in their spot here. Ah, I see. I need to get one of these guys. Labor. Ah, sugar, come on. There, that should do it. Population is starting to age a bit alright, isn't it? Now. Yeah, that's the one. Right. Ah, sugar. Still got about half a minute to wait. What I'm trying to do too is get two events One is called miasma, and one is we didn't start a fire. Something got to do with those challenges on that signpost. But it's kind of random, you know, they're called events, and there's a small chance you'll get one at the change of the season. Might as well go all in. I don't think I bothered with it on the first map. But it's kind of fun, to be honest. Especially one with that buffalo thing. Having to finish one of those guys off with a shield. There, let's save here. And we might load this a couple of times, see if we can spam it in. Well, we won't waste too much time on it. But we're basically all ready. And we've got a good bit to do anyway this spring. Especially on the building. Come on. Nah. Oh, I'll settle for one of these kind of NPC quests here. We'll just do this a couple of times and see if we can get something interesting. If I can get a quest for my family, they're kind of interesting. And the challenges are not much good to me now because I've already earned enough rep to get the emblem and the signpost. So we won't be long at this. We'll just give it a few tries. See if I can help it along a bit. Yeah, it's one of those two random events that I, for some reason, haven't gotten yet. I don't know, maybe they just come in a certain season and I wasn't really paying attention. But either way, I would have getting the thing from the signpost, wouldn't I? Probably did and reloaded it. Didn't know what it actually was. Come on. Right, let's just see if we can save spam this. What have we got now? It will pause for a second if there's something coming. Animal birds. Okay. Better than nothing, I suppose. Yeah, I don't want to mess too much with this. It'll still be quite a while on this settlement anyway. New quest, pay taxes. Yeah, okay. Now, that's good enough. Oh, okay, no quests, but that's not too bad, I suppose. Right, we can take our time here for a little bit. Now, we'll have plenty of time to pay the taxes and do a round. This is what I really want to see here. I'll get the fencing, hedging and the other junking later. I don't know if the game can take what I want to do here, to be honest. This will be a bit larger than the last one, I suppose. The trees, that's a new thing here. I think there is a little bit of movement, a little bit of animation in them. Do you see that? So that's going to be pretty hard on the cell, you know, using so many of them. But we'll see. And now, what I need to do here. Let me just save this. There we go. So I'll be doing a slight turn on this, and now I can put a marker down here. And we'll be going all the way to the end down here. We'll be going a lot closer. I don't want to build out anymore. Just enough to add a fence and a hedge, maybe. So, I'm guessing roughly, it's going to be pretty big. But then, you know, I've got probably another 15 houses to do, so I'll probably need room and all of the production stuff as well. So, you know, you think you have a ton of room, but okay. This is where we're, and then what I'll have to do is, well, I'll have to measure up from here, and we'll have to cut back down this side. This is very important that we get this done and out of the way, and then kind of close up the settlement and then make use of the ground we already have. So we'll probably be coming here. It's gonna be big, to be honest. Pretty big. Right, okay. Let's get this one in first anyway. They're already waiting to grow. That's in next season. They'll pop up. Now let's see where we are. I'll leave these two here for a moment. Just get that one out of the way. Now, how close do I want to be to this guy? The sun is... Let me see. Yeah, well, you know, we'll be getting trees on the inside. No, actually on the outside. I won't be able to use that anyway, will I? But I will be able to put down a line. Yeah. So it'll be roughly here, so we'll be taking those two trees out. And then we'll be popping one. We'll be kind of coming around that way. So, let me see. Roughly. About there. But we'll be coming on the inside. Yeah, how far can I get away with these trays? I'll have to leave myself enough room. But I don't want too much room. Let me see. It comes in quite good. So... yeah, I would say maybe coming out one might do it. Let's see. Oh, I'd probably have to go about there. That's two actually, from what I can see. Let's see if that works. Yeah, it's a bit much, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Yeah, we'd have to go back a bit more. I want this to be just clearing that. Oh, hang on, that's not a good way of doing this. Unfortunately. Yeah, you would need the fence because that's a field. It's not bad for marking, but we need the fence to check it, see if we can scrape through. This won't take long. And then if it works out, we can get this in pretty quick. There, roughly there. Oh, this is the only way. I think we have tons of room. Now let's see. Yeah, we've got tons of room. It was just a fuel that was... You know what I mean? That's about right. It's giving me that tiny piece. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, let's get our markers done. Getting the corner in is going to be a right pain in the backside. We put this down actually. Yeah, how close can we get the other thing to it? We might have to push out one more. We will. Yeah, I think I can live with that, to be honest. Yeah, I think I can live with that. I was expecting to be going out about 2 pieces anyway. Yeah, that would do. We'll get it down to here and then we'll start clearing the forest. This is going to take some time. This is just to kind of help me get a straight line. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is cool. Getting away with murder here. Okay, now the hardest part will be getting this turn in. Once we do that, straight run pretty quick. Okay. Hang on, I need to get these 2 out. And this one will have to go for a moment. Yeah, because the other one will push in a little further than that. We'll get a new line in. There we go. There. That should be pretty perfect. We'll be getting rid of some of those when we're coming down. We'll get a nice straight line when we get this done in this area. Now, our biggest problem is the corner. Right. I'll be guessing this for a little bit. Okay. that's weird. Let me see what we're doing here. Okay, oh, it's the stupid, yeah, forgot about that. That will stop me from pushing it in. That will have to go, guys. There we go. Now, that would probably work. Yeah, here we go. I need to push that down there. I need a rough. Oh yeah, perfect. Right, let me see. I kinda have to guess this a little bit, I'd say. It's just one or two awkward thingies. Okay, let me see. Going out a mile, guys. This one here would have to be kind of pushed in. That's how we can get these two in line. I would kind of bring them in slowly, maybe. That would have to be roughly around there. Yeah, just to kind of break it in. I don't want a sharp corner. It looks horrible from the air. Now, there is one way of doing this, I suppose. Yeah, I think we're better off to guess it. I'm guessing probably around there. Too far. I'll try and brand them in slowly. Now let me see. Yeah, this is going to be a pain in the backside for a while until we work it out. Thinking maybe there. Yeah, okay. Now let's see. Well, that one will have to be moved, won't it? And it'll turn on this. Ah, hang on. Yeah, you see, as I push this in more, it just... Yeah, it would have to come out a bit more than that. Okay. So we're talking... Probably... There we go. There we go. Now let's see. Let's see. Wonder will that go flat in or will we just have to adjust it a little bit? Yeah. That's surprisingly not bad, actually. Yeah. Ideally a tad on this guy here. Yeah, just a tad. Let's put a marker on this little guy. So that one in, and yeah, the problem is you could move that a tad and yeah, just a tiny tad. Okay, we'll give it another shot. Might be a waste of time, but we'll see. Yeah, too far. The plant needs to be just to the edge of it. Yeah, something like that. There we go. That should do it. Let me see. And then we have a, long straight thing to do. This should work. There we go, guys. We got it. That works for me. You're not going to get it much tighter than that. Yeah, pretty much. Now, let's get this junk out of the way. Right, that's it. Now we can really turbo on this thing. Perfect. Here, what's that? Oh yeah, the fence. Yep, okay. Now, we'll be able to do this really quickly now. Well, relatively.
Having a teenager is the worst.
What are you
Usually
rebelling against, you idiot?
do this, let's say, in destroy mode, but that road is giving me problems. You really need to see the fence. The only way you can do it when you're building is like that. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Right, let's go. Now, yeah, I need to fully see this little guy. There we go. And there'll be no mistakes. Perfect. Yeah, now we're getting there. It'll be a slow battle, but pretty quick towards what we were doing a moment ago. I think we've got about 70 of these trees in storage, I'm not sure. It doesn't say, does it? Probably not. We have a few days in this season anyway. We still gotta do a run. But that only takes like one evening. Yeah, pretty decent. Kidding me. I'm gonna get rid of that fence in a moment, that field. Okay. I think it's dark enough to sleep. Yeah, we can use one of these houses. I'll open it up later. The shutters and that. There's still some slight decorating I want to do inside. Yeah, placing stuff by hand. Yeah, we're still stuck for a day and a half in this season anyway. Oh. Okay, let's see what we've got here. We've got it to here, so I'll start taking out some of these, I suppose. If I accidentally take out a tree, I'll have to start from there again. Yeah, you can't just push it back in again, it's almost impossible. They're too tightly packed. Yeah, there you can see the line, it's pretty decent. And pretty straight. Now, we used the last evening for doing our shopping run. We should, with a bit of luck, we should get to the end. Not sure how many of these trees I have, but I think I've been storing them up for quite some time, so that should be a reasonable amount. I'll always push them from this end because there's like different sides to the tree. I need all of the same side. In reality, maybe I should have taken it from the other side, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. Finicky little guys. The reason I check every line like that, let's say if this one here was out of place, that one there, you'd never push it back in again. You'd have to remove everything from there the whole way down. Impossible to get it back in place, they're too tightly packed. And if I don't pack them this tight, I won't be able to hide most of the sides of the fencing that I want to hide. You know, once the fencing goes up. And anyway, it would be a nightmare to measure out each individual tree. Here, you know, you pretty much got to stop it when you go too far like that. So much easier, much quicker. Way quicker. I was hoping to get this done before I came home, but I was dealing with this here. That pretty much came up from scratch. This can get tedious as well and repetitive, so I might move to something in a moment, maybe do the shopping run now and then. On the time we have left, come back and do a little bit more of this. And the sooner I get this done, the better. That's not too bad. So this is the kind of look I'll be going for here. If I can get away with it. How do I do this again? So you see what I mean about the trees here. Oh, we're in destroy mode, aren't we? can't really see the trees from here. We're actually a good bit down, aren't we? All for the benefit of the top view. It's a bit foggy as well, but we'll see. Yeah, let's get some height. Yeah, that side has grown up, has it? Yeah, too foggy. We'll check it again. Oh, hi, Antonio. And how have you been? Yeah, just finishing off the boundaries on the settlement. It's gonna be huge. I don't know. I think the engine will take it better. So how have you been? Yeah, we got a reasonable bit done today. But I'll be off for 2 days after this, so I'll work on these boundaries. Hopefully get them finished so we can concentrate on something else. But so much to do here. There. Perfecto. So, how's the weekend been for you? Anything interesting, Tony? Oh, pretty usual for me. The same old, same old, same old. Once we get this across, this will be, well, about 60% of the back end, wouldn't it? Yeah, we have a ton of room as well. Now, okay, let's keep going till we get to the end anyway. I've got to clear how much of this trees we've got left. But you see, these, if you're lucky, you'll probably buy, it's ridiculous, maybe 1 or 2 trees per season, maximum 3. But the good news is, you can chop down those trees and get the seeds. But the bad news is, there's roughly about a 1 in 10 drop rate. So, you know, when you're getting hundreds of trees, it's tedious. But I usually get the seeds, let's say, you know, when I'm not streaming.
I could really do with a drink.
Oh, sugar. This guy needs to drink. I think it's closer here. Most of these trees, if not all of them, will eventually go. Yeah, I don't know, maybe we've bitten off more than we can chew. What I might do is when I get to the edge of that, stop it and see exactly how much of this I need. We don't need this too big. Yeah. I'll stop the fence there, and then what I might do is come down at a different angle, cutting off most of the stuff we don't want. So what I need to be doing is focusing on the other side and the other things we need in place, I suppose. Yeah, this could get really too big. Really quickly. But we'd need to keep that straight line anyway, at least until we get to the edge of what we're doing. Where are we anyway? Yeah, down here. Yeah, we'll stop the line. Where are we? Yeah, we'll stop it when we get to about here. And then if we have way too much room, we'll probably kind of go in this direction, lining up with what we've already done down here, leaving this large area. These trees will have to go regardless. Alright, okay. So we stop around there. We don't want to overdo this. We better start some tree clearing as well. But I still need a ton of houses, guys. I'll count them up in a moment. But let me see. 5 and 2 is 7. I need 15. I need 8 small houses. And probably maybe another, well, maximum anyway. Maybe 10 small houses and maybe another 15 large ones. They take up a lot of room. You know, I don't intend to stick them all together. A reasonable space and maybe some garden areas with them. So I might actually use that room. But we'll play it safe anyway. We'll stop it there for a while. We'll continue again once we've got a little bit more done. See, do we actually need that room? But I've got a ton of unused space on the other side. I think next up should be the mill, because I need a reasonable flax field as well. And I want that. Oh, sugar. We need we need a hops thingy as well. Yeah. We might as well go all in. Well, that would take up a ton of room. Like that really large one I did on the other map. So yeah, we probably will use the room. I've forgotten about the fields we need. But I'm definitely not pushing out any further than this. I think we've probably even gone a little too far. I should be surprised once we get the other buildings in the type of room I would use. We just need in about another 2 or 3, I'd say. Yeah, another 2. There. That's enough for a little while, I'd say. Until we figure out, you know, what direction. So once they grow, they'll, you know, cover in this side. Okay, that's a large area finished anyway. Yeah. Right. Either way, we're going to have to start getting rid of some of these trees here. So let's assume we're going something like that. So, oh my god, we will be. This place is huge. Yeah, I'll have to change the direction of this. Okay, let's start taking down some of these for a little bit. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, maybe if I... Oh, I can't. The road is coming out here, you see. Where's that stupid road? There, this is going to be huge. I'm going to try and break it to maybe about there. Maybe coming back at that angle. Yeah, I think it's the only thing we can do. Or we'll have a settlement that's maybe too large. We'll get that in a moment anyway. So, I think we concentrate on some of the new houses. First of all, I want to finish with the miners. So I need 15 houses for those guys alone. So I've done 5 there and 2 7. So I need another 8. I don't want to push the houses right up here. So I'm thinking maybe pushing them in wherever we're doing the mill. And I've got some trees already grown here, so I'll have to move those. I've also got this centerpiece here that I'll have to work on as well. I don't know, this might be an interesting little spot for the smaller houses. But not really being squared off here, that would be a much better option. You know what, I think I'll put them in here. Although, the way it is with the houses, I don't want them, too much together. I'll get those gardens later. Kind of spoiled for choice. I really need an overhead view, the trees removed to have a good look and see. But these are a bit of an eyesore as well, these have got to go. Eventually we'll get this place into shape, but it's huge, so it's going to take a bit of time. Bit by bit. Now that's actually one of my trees here that I'll have to move. A large one down there. Yeah, I think it's time for a cleanup. They look horrible from the air, and each one we remove from here, gives the cell a little bit of a break. Okay. Yeah, it's time to start removing these old guys, I'd say. see. I need to kill the evening anyway, and these have to go. Better remove that tree as well. I can put some more in later if I'm stuck to fill it up, if I can get, let's say, a good design on it. But the ones that you grow like this, the new ones, yeah, you can move them. That's kind of cool. Once they're fully grown, obviously. Right, massive cleanup. I still never got my builder to fix that junk. I better do it now. Yeah. I want to get rid of all this junk in here. Well, it's a waste of time doing those, really. I'll just come back. But not the trees. Yeah, we'll get those in a moment. But all of these have to go. And they look really horrible from the air. We need to open this up a little bit. If I am going to canopy anything, it's with the larger ones. Oh, hi Cleewalk. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? Yeah, just doing a bit, finishing up on Medieval Dynasty. Got the last of my achievements on this, so now I'm going to finish off this settlement here. We did one on the Oxbow map, but it's the kind of game, let's say, where you can't get all your achievements on the Oxbow map, so there was 3 left that I needed to do here. So, well, it was handy because the new DLC for the trees came out 2 days later when I finished that playthrough, so now I can do something different with the trees. Oh, nice. So how have you been? What have you been up to? How was the weekend? We'll just get this one in. Not enough resources, probably sticks. Let me just get this in for a moment. Yeah, sticks, okay, we must have used them up. This is actually quite good. I was really impressed with this. The NPC padding, it's absolutely amazing. We've both played Fallout 4 before, you know, when you're settlement building or whatever. The settlers are kind of okay in the original settlement until you start building stuff. Then they start tripping over it, you know, moonwalking into walls, falling off ledges. Not on this. Absolutely seamless. They can seamlessly find a way around without bumping into anything immediately after you make it. You know, I thought for a while, to be honest, you know, decent AI padding on an NPC was a pretty hard thing to do, you know, because I've played so much BGS. But no, apparently it's not. A couple of guys in the garage did a decent job. Well, I'm exaggerating the garage, but a pretty small company, you know, maybe just half a dozen devs. But I'll show you what you can do on this for the building. The building, let's say, you know, there's lots you can do. The houses kind of work a little bit like the Hardfire Home thing in Skyrim. You know, you kind of get the house, where you place it, it's your business, and then you kind of, you know, just kind of add to it, kind of set pieces, you know. But you can still do some nice layouts. But you're pretty much stuck with the designs that they have. But I'll save this here and I'll show you the last settlement. But I would highly recommend it, but it's got a massive learning curve in the beginning. You know, let's say all the little micromanagement you gotta do. But eventually when you get organized, get enough settlers in, one covering the other, pretty much takes care of itself. Let me just save that there. Yeah, that's the one. So I'll show you a finished one I did add on the Oxbow map. And on that one, let's say I didn't have the ability to plant trees. So when I was building that settlement, I went out of my way to keep the existing trees. I think on that one I only took about 8 trees, which is a miracle. And this is it. I still have it from about 6 months ago down here. Never got a chance to upload it. Yeah, well that's mostly for multiplayer and stuff. There's kind of no story mode. Just endless quests from a Witcher type notice board. But nice and calm and relaxing, you know, plenty of time. You can, there's a slider on this where you can set the season to, you know, anywhere from 3 to 30 days, you know. So, and then let's say after 3 days, even if you've got it set much higher, you can kind of sleep to the next season, so you're not stuck on it. I would recommend, you know, using the highest setting, and then when you're kind of finished, you can leave in 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, whenever you're finished, really. Massively so, yeah. Everything, and then there's the seasonal stuff, and you know you've got to kind of measure it out properly. Let's say what people are making and that, but you'll get used to it pretty quickly. But I kind of maybe went a little bit overboard on this map with its size, but it's really fun. And it, even though I've done twice the recommended amount of buildings you should do, it handle it pretty well with all the junk. But on this settlement I'm building here, there's something new, the trees, and they have a little bit of animation. So we'll see how it takes that, because I'm putting in hundreds of them. Now, it takes a little while to load up because it's quite big. Just get something to drink here. It shouldn't take long. But yeah, I would recommend it, and it's pretty cheap. Yeah, I've been lining all of the roads, kind of creating avenues and stuff for a different look, you know. Because when it gets down to it, if you're building a huge settlement, there's not enough bric-a-brac, you know. So on this one I resorted to, you know, dropping stuff from my inventory as well. So this is the one I finished in Oxbow. It's a different kind of style. All of these trees here are the original ones. So when I came here, there was just this road and this bridge down here. But it takes time. But it's real fun. Now they actually get used, you know, in the inns, let's say, to make stuff. So it's like when you start off, obviously you get your settlers and your villagers. First of all, they need food and water. So you'd probably go with the hunters, let's say, you know, getting the food. But then the food has to be cooked. So then, you know, you'll need some kitchen staff. So then, let's say you need water, so you need somebody on the well. But then they need buckets, so you need somebody making buckets. And then the buckets needs logs and planks, so you'll need guys on that. So, you know, it kind of builds up and you'd kind of micromanage it. Can be, let's say, you can have this running literally by itself. But then, let's say, these guys can have families. And then, let's say, when a lady on this, let's say, has a kid, they drop out for 2 years, so they're on a break. So then if you fill in with someone that's not as skilled, it kind of slows down the mechanic again, and you've got to, you know, kind of adjust it. But you get used to it pretty quick. It's not as difficult as it sounds. This is the smaller tavern here. And you'll see a band here sometimes playing music. It's kind of fun. This whole place lights up. And this, well, you can't get it like this, you'll just get the empty table. So it's a little bit like what we used to do at Cleewalk, and yeah, it is. It's very simmy. It's like a combination of Sims, of survival. It's got a little bit of everything. You know the old thing we used to do in Oblivion to decorate the tables in these houses? We would literally drop them on the table and move them into place. Yeah, it's a pity. But that's the way you do it here if you want to do it at all. Not like the Valheim thing where you put down that plate and you can put something to it, you know? So it takes a reasonably long time. This is not a great time to see this. This is autumn. Most of the plants are dead. So spring and summer, you know, this place really looks, you know, really cool. But I think there's well over 100 settlers here. I keep calling them settlers, but in this game there's 116. And they're flawless. Now, the same AI padding, let's say, that's on the NPCs are actually on the animals as well. So I'll show you what I mean. This is a large field, and I did a 7x7 so I could, you know, they could move freely between fields. So let's call her a horsey here, and you'll see what I mean. You won't see this in a BGS game. Oh, where's my horse? There he is. You see him there? Now remember, all of this I built. This is what impressed me the most about this game, strangely enough. Not once will he touch the fence or anything like that. Perfect. Yeah, that's cool. That's perfect padding. And the NPCs, so they don't stumble around. But if you're building a large settlement in Fallout and you see a guy trying to walk through a wall like this, you know, or another guy, you know, spawning on a roof, it really kills the game. But when I was building this bridge, they actually have kids, babies and that, and they grow up after about 18 years. You can put them in as an apprentice at 16 to level their skills. But as I was making this bridge, when it was completed, there was a toddler coming across. So I did a little test, you know, like Fallout. I took out one section of the bridge thinking he'd keep on walking and fall off the edge. But the second I took it out, he turned around here, and I actually hadn't got that fence in then, and he just waddled across the river to the other side. Yeah, pretty decent. Yeah, like a kind of medieval thing. I've always preferred a kind of medieval setting. Now, you can see this very, very good, yeah. You can see it from here, so that's why I'm pretty careful when I'm making these. You know, that's the layout. Now, obviously this is in Gaelic, but English translation for this village would be far from home. That's what I call it. And then you've got to do quests for the king in that, and you earn reputation, you eventually get the right to name your village, and then have your own coat of arms, and then you get tons of other little quests. You know, you've got to make your reputation and kind of, you know, do that part of it. So that's what it looks like from the map. And this is the biggest village in the game here. There it is there. Piastovia. And this is my one. Slightly bigger. But on this you can get a photo view as well. And you can see here. Now as I said, this would look a lot prettier in spring or summer, because all of the plants would be, you know, blooming. And there you can see. But that's mostly where I do my hops and grain and stuff here. You can see a large mill there, grinding the flour. Over here, that's our orchard and all of the farm buildings, the barns and storage and that. We've got mostly villagers in here, but we've got our tons of animals. Donkeys, horses, sheep, cows, chickens, geese, pigs. Yeah, all of that. They're actually down there in that section. And even a beehive for honey for making mead. And there's a large mine over there as well, and another large tavern. But probably the hardest part getting in there was the fence. The ground is kind of unforgiving. Yeah, you've got a beehive here, you've got... What's that? Goats. Oh yeah, there's goats. Ah, sugar, there's goats. I can change one of the... I can change one of the things anyway. I forgot there's actually goats here. I'll have to make a pen for those. And there was a lake here, so I kind of used that as well. This is our horse stable here. This stuff, you know, you've got to just build a table and drop the junk on it, really. They need a lot more bric-a-brac. All of the bridges, you know, you can put those in yourself. That's my chickens there, I think.
Looking for a truffle pig. Someone stole her.
Oh, let's get out of here for a moment. Now, this is the sign. You eventually earn that, let's say, doing enough quests for the king. And then when you're fast traveling, you can actually come back to your own village here. Large orchard. But it takes forever to do the small decorating in these. And it kind of goes out piece by piece. Yeah, there's the kids. Ah. These NPCs don't mess about. You put two of them in a house and yeah, you're gonna have a large population if you don't watch it. So the stalls here, you know, they can sell certain items. And your blacksmiths, you know, can make that, and you know, you'll have miners, blacksmiths, seamstresses, it goes on forever. Farmers, all that kind of stuff. Then you get decorate these. You can choose the colors and what you're putting up, but it's yeah, you get a certain amount of stuff to choose from. But this is another good thing about this location here. The waterfall is actually quite pretty. And this is my house, of course. Had to take the primo spot. But yeah, most everything is dead now in autumn. Spring is pretty decent. Oh yeah, you get builders' huts, you know, guys to get you clay, all of that stuff. And of course wood sheds for logs, planks, sticks, you know, that kind of stuff. And you'll get that in your menu, you can kind of place them down. But you'll run out of things quite quickly, so you'll be doing stuff like that, just throwing some planks down and kind of stuff, just to fill an area up a little bit. Yeah, they're like yeah, those little flower wreaths, yeah, inside. I think there's like 5 or 6 different options on those. They use them, as far as I know, as a kind of air freshener. Yeah. This is the larger tavern here, so there's 2 in this one. And the one I'm doing now, I kind of did a double tavern. You know, 2 of them close together. And yeah, of course they need somewhere to spend the penny. I wouldn't recommend using too many of these. They're pretty hard on any game. I remember using these in Valheim. You know, the flame animation is always pretty hard on performance. if you use too many. They're not too bad, but they don't show a ton of light. So that kind of thing here, and that's about it. Really. Yeah. But I think we were months on this. Yeah. But yeah, lining it up and getting everything reasonably right takes time. Yeah, and that's the one. The other one, I'm, making an effort to make it a little bit different. Well, the trees will definitely make it different. Yeah, it's all about different view at night. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. And that's our oxbow down. Right, let's get back to that other safe. Got a ton of stuff to move. So, what have you been streaming lately, Cleewalk? Are you still doing the BGS stuff or something else? I was thinking about a Fallout 3 playthrough. I don't think no, I haven't done one actually on Twitch. I've played the game many times, but never done one on Twitch. I was going to do it about 8 months ago, but when I tried to use my physical disc, it wouldn't work. And then I noticed other ones wouldn't work, and it was pretty selective because the discs I had where I already had the game on, let's say, digital format, they played perfectly. Just the ones that I didn't have, so it was obviously some kind of mess up from Microsoft. So when I contacted them, they weren't too nice about it. But was playing Fallout 4. Nice. They're going to be doing something on that. They'll probably ruin it again this time, Cleewalk. But I complained about it. So the guy tried to gaslight me. You know the stuff, clear your account, do all this stupid stuff. So I said I already did all that, which I didn't, but I knew it wouldn't work. So I told them the issue. The issue is that on their side, that they're just basically playing all digital, and when you put in a physical disc, if you don't have the digital version, it won't allow you to play it. Now, if it's a bug, that's all he had to say, and he said he was on it. But it's a bug that would benefit Microsoft, to be honest. So maybe that's why they're not fixing it. That's the best case scenario. So, he was gaslighting me for a long time. And then he said, okay. So you're saying your console is perfect? Yes. I said, my console, my discs are perfect. It will not play a physical disc unless I already have it in digital version as well. So he said to me, and this is Microsoft help, he said, I'll tell you what you do. Go on a website, he said, sell your physical disc and buy a digital version. I was gobsmacked, to be honest. And I told him I didn't imagine I would have to go into sales to play a game from Microsoft. You buy a game, you expect to play it. You don't expect to have to sell that game and buy another version of it, And he said, there's nothing we can do. He said, contact BGS. But I said, well, Microsoft owns BGS, So why would I contact them? Well, he said, nothing we can do. So, that kind of stuff. So it's not really a help desk. If he just was honest with me and he said, okay, even if he was lying, it's a bug that we're trying to fix, we're on it, I'd say, yeah, okay. But, a very, very toxic corporation. And I'm switching up Game Pass by 50%. I'm probably going to double the price of their consoles. Is definitely not going to help those guys. Unbelievable, wasn't it? Told me sell the disc and buy another one. Oh my. Do you know what I'm sorry I didn't do? I should have took a screenshot of that conversation and I should have posted it on YouTube. Yeah, but then probably Microsoft would probably find a way to shut down my account for some weird reason, I suppose. But there you go. Yeah, there's no incentive really to stay on console. My sons were telling me on Steam if you've got a problem with something, they're pretty reasonable. Yeah, yeah. Don't anger the beast. But have you taken much notice of, the latest thing from Microsoft? People are not happy, and let's say that they raise subscription prices by, what was it, 50% or something? Oh, that was a bit stingy. But apparently their Microsoft Xbox have a website for, let's say, unsubscribing. Oh, there was some rumors out that actually imploded with the amount of people were trying to get into that website. I'm not surprised. But I don't know. They were complaining that there wasn't enough people joining Game Pass, and that's not a way to bring them in, really. And then they were promising that all of their games would be, first day access. Yeah, well, corporations, it's a given, really, isn't it? But Microsoft have always been very strange as a corporation, At the time of the 360, they were going pretty good. Then they ruined it with the Xbox One and the limitations they set on that being always online. It's a thing now anyway, it came to be. And packaging in that silly Kinect thing, making it about 100, dearer than the Sony console. And then, that was it. They were pretty much finished. I'm surprised they kept going. But I think Sony's outselling them 3-1 or something or more. And even Nintendo. But they were starting to make grounds again, the console now, it's okay. The controllers are rubbish, they've always have been. And, they had some goodwill, even though I thought it was expensive at 20, because I remember looking at that and it was like $12.99 or something, and then they hit it up to 20 or something, or was it $15.99? They hit it up to 20, and then in no time at all now they've, added it up to 30 again, so, even for first day releases, that's too much. But now they're kind of reneging on that. They did the Call of Duty on first day release, and they weren't happy. And let's say with the sales, well, they had it on Game Pass. So now they're saying that they won't be putting that on first day release. So they'll probably pick every game. So it will eventually be, only the games that are not very good that we can't sell. Those ones. We put those on first day release. So there's not much in Game Pass. Now the new console they're coming out with, apparently, from what I've heard, has the Steam Deck chip. So you'll be able to access other platforms like Steam. Whether the console they have will play these, who knows. And whether they can get all of that bloat out of Windows, let's say, and make that a pretty decent experience is anyone's guess. But people have been complaining that the console could be as much as 800, but I think they're dreaming, to be honest. If they're doing what I think they're doing, I'd say that console will be anywhere from maybe 12 to $1,500 for that thing. Then I seen an interview with that lady CEO, Bond or something, I forget what her name is, but she was saying the new console will be, what was it again she called it? It was frightening. A premium gaming experience. Yeah, that's what she said. A premium gaming experience. It reminded me of the time Ubisoft said that Skull and Bones was the first, and they were the first ever quadruple A company, you know. So basically, that's just corporate speak for very expensive, you know, and you know, definitely not worth the money. Now, they're probably going to try and bring that console like a kind of status symbol, you know, like when, you know, the Gucci and Prada were making those bags, getting them made in China for $100, and then selling them in their stores for maybe, you know, 1,000 or 1,500% markup, maybe 15, 2 grand, and basically you're paying for a name and a status symbol. I think they want to go in that direction, but I think they've, you know, with gamers, I think they've read their audience wrong. You know, they're not going to get away with that one. But I don't know. Maybe it might work. I'm not quite sure of their plans, but a strange one. Oh, hi, Callie. And how have you been? Yeah, we were just talking about the new Xbox console. But if, let's say, even if the console is expensive, still not too bad. Let's say, if it's worth the money, if they can get Windows, get the bloat, get OneDrive out of it, and all of the other stuff they have slowing it down. Let's say, you know, make a good kind of hybrid PC operating system. If you can get access to, you know, a reasonable or most of the amount of games on Steam, it might actually work, you know. Especially for people that, you know, even if it's as expensive as, you know, let's say one of the higher low-end PCs, I think people will give that, you know, just so they don't have any complications. There is a certain ease of access to console, you know, just grab your console and play. No worrying about if something is, you know, not set right or whatever. Yeah, if they can, if it was done properly, it would probably work. Do I think Microsoft are capable of doing this? Oh, that's another question, isn't it? Now, okay. How long have we got in this season? And I've still got an hour left. I'll try and go for the other hour and get my 6. I definitely need a mill. And I'm gonna have to start... Oh, hang on. We need to get rid of this junk anyway. So, I want to start using up the ground I have within reason so we don't make this too big. But as I said, you know, another 15 or 20 houses will take up a lot of room. Let's get this junk out of the way. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, P-Walk. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Oh my. I hope you're okay. Maybe you should, you know, too bad you should talk to your brother, maybe. And it could be the medication you're on as well. Are you still on that medication? Yeah, we'll get this junk out of the way. It has to be moved anyway. Let's see what kind of room I have. It looks pretty bad from the air as well.
I believe it's not a matter of
Yeah, stress. You're best not to... I know it's hard to. You're best not to think of it, to be honest. You know, another person's actions you can't change. And it's pointless to worry about things you can't control. Yeah, well, that's the conclusion I came to over half a century. But so it can be stressful, none the same. Right, we'll start clearing out. I know, I'm not taking that. I just keep coming back anyways. The trees I need out of here. Yeah, definitely need to go. They're horrible. Now, this is an area I'll be using a lot of, so... yeah, even if I can get this cleaned up, guys, and then I can figure out where I need stuff. I can't really... it will have to go anyway. Not only does it look horrible from the air, but it's in my way. And taking these out will definitely help performance, because I'm putting a lot of junk in here. It could be mice or anything in the attic. It could be a lot of things. But if you're worried, you should contact your GP and explain to him, you know? But I'd say that would be absolutely out of my league to give you any advice on that. But if you think it's in your mind, you should definitely visit your GP. I've been waiting a while to take these out. I thought for a while I might be able to use them, but that's not gonna be. As I said, they look really horrible, and I need the room. If there were maple, we might say something, but beech or birch or whatever it is, it's horrible. Yeah, just, you know, kind of be careful, you know, and try and be as diplomatic as possible. You know, you don't want to fall out with your sister either, do you? But how you approach that is obviously your business. Get these guys out as quickly as possible. So this is a nice area, but it's still pretty close to the houses. What could I do here? Oh, that stupid thing I forgot to put up. Let me see. How did I miss that? We have... let me see what we have here. Cows, sheep, horses, goose, donkey. Where's the goats? Ah, maybe I was wrong. I have to go back. Yeah, there's goats in this game. Where are they? I've unlocked everything. They must have taken them from the game. Oh, well... as long as it helps. Yeah, here we have here, guys. We've got, what? Chickens, pigs, donkeys, geese, horses, sheep, cows, and a beehive. Okay? I'm almost certain I've seen goats back in the other one. Yeah. I think they took it out. I've got to see this, guys. Here, let me just save it here. Yeah, I knew I didn't miss the goat pens, but I think there was goats all right. Let me see what's on that. 552. Yeah. So here we'll do this again. Just to make sure I'm not tripping here. So here it is, animal husbandry. We've got horses, sheep, cows, beehive, chickens, pigs, donkeys, and geese. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 of them. Now I've done all of the tech. Okay. Here. Not like I'm lacking in any technology. I'm actually, maxed out on all of this. Yeah, I think they might have taken something out. Oh, where's the farming? Yeah, I just gotta figure this one out. Hang on. Here it is. Barn, farm, shed, hen house. Pigsty, donkey, goose, food storage barn, stable, fold, cowshed, food storage barn, windmill. No. Yeah, I must be tripping. I'm nearly sure I did goats on the last one. Oh, we're gonna find out. Let's have a look. Yeah, because I said that I noticed the goat pen. It's been a while since I played this. But I'm nearly sure that I took them out. Probably just dizzy and need some rest, Terry. You're usually not awoke at this time. You're usually sleeping. Oh, Doggo, come on. What are you doing down there? Oh, come on. You can sleep here. You're tired. I know you're tired. Hmm? Come on, I'll lift you up. Sit up here and watch me play my game. You'll have to go back to sleep. It's too early for you to be up. I'll bring you for walkies later. I'll get you some treats, okay? Yeah, I have to see this. I'm almost certain there was goats in the last one. They must have taken it out. Well, that's a pity. There was no real need for them, but yeah, I'm sure there was goats. Oh, always 3 days a week. I'm online. I want to see if it's in the bill category as well. Well, obviously if they take it out, it won't be. But they can't take it out of the game, obviously. Let me see. Let me have a quick look here now. I could swear that I had a goat pen here. Well, first of all, let's see if it's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it's not here. Chickens, pigs, donkeys, geese, horses, sheep, cows, and that. And it's not in another section. So let's see. But you'll see the goat pens down here. Oh, I'm so silly. Yeah, this is Piastovia. So it's not like, let's say, you know, on one map they saw the goats and the other they don't. Because I've built it here and it's still removed from my inventory. Yeah, I was thinking that for a moment. Let me see. Yeah, there they are. Goats. Yeah, there was goats, guys. Well, as I said before, Terry, what you need to do is you need to go to your GP and get help if depression is, you know, if it's bad. Yeah? Oh, I couldn't do it. And how have you been, old? Oh, I'm sorry. How have you been? Yeah, okay, they took it out, guys. They must have doing that with the update. Because now I can't build it anymore. That's horrible. That is absolutely horrible. That is pretty stupid, isn't it? Yeah, they've took out the ability to build any goat pens, so they've probably taken the goats from the game as well. But obviously this was already built, so they couldn't touch it. A dragon, yeah? Doing alright, it's been a while. It has, and how have you been? Well, that's horrible news, okay. Yeah, I was thinking because I had one pen left over and I was wondering, I thought I miscounted. Yeah, they took it out because I haven't got the ability to, I haven't got the ability to build it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's not here. And it's not in another section. But let me try one thing. Actually. I'll go to where they used to sell the goats and see if they've taken them out of there. It's just me having a bit of interest in this. Oh, probably the game is probably just here then. When they put in the DLC, yeah, there must have been an issue, maybe not enough room. I still can't make out why they did that. The grass, yeah? Okay. We'll see if we get the option to look for goats when I ask one of these NPCs. But yeah, I wasn't tripping, guys. They took it out. Well, they were basically doing the same as the cows, so, you know, but still. If they were going to take it out, they should have put a different animal in place. I always thought maybe they should have a little bit more on the animals. Oh, there you go. Oh, I'm gonna see that they remove it from the menu here. For a while I thought maybe, okay, they were doing goats on this map, but not on the other map. But no, they removed... The option to build one is removed from here as well. I forget where I bought them. One of the smaller villages. But here, let's ask one of these guys.
How are you? Have a good
We need an ordinary NPC.
It's easy to talk with me.
Here.
I just don't like conversations about the weather. How do you do?
Where do I find farm animals? Chickens, 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is, goats. Yeah, it's still there. Ostoya. No, they still have it there, but no way of building it. Yeah, they did have goats, guys. What I'll do is I'll actually do that on the other map. But, oh, hi, hi, Kiwa, is it? How have you been? Yeah, they took out one of the animals from the game. Apparently. Yeah, we'll do a test on the other one. Oh, I thought it was tripping, actually. Because I was left over with one paddock too much and I had to kind of double up on the sheep. Okay, let's get back to our other settlement. And we'll see if we even get an option on that side. It was probably done, guys, during the update for the DLC. That's a pity. I always thought they needed more animals. I think taking them out was a bit of a mistake. Yeah, we still got a bit of time anyway and get the rest of the trees out. I'll have a few days before my next stream to, you know, to do the borders on that. No, hi JR. You can never have too many animals. Yeah, a guy can get hungry now and again. Can't beat a good burger. That I won't be playing that Outer Worlds. I wasn't impressed with the first one, and they're pretty much a company in decline. But anyone who wants to play it, if they can knock fun from that, fair dues. Was definitely not impressed with Avowed. Oh, is it? Ah, sugar. That's where I messed up. Yeah. I think you're right. You can put the goats, isn't it? Yeah. But it's been ages since I played this. I was off it for about 6-7 months. I did Cyberpunk and a few other ones. Yeah, I think you're right. They go into the sheep pen. They use the same one. It doesn't matter then. I've got 2 of them up already. It's not a biggie. Yeah. Forgot about that one. You're right. They go into the same one. Let's see what these guys talk to me.
friend.
Yeah. You're right. I did see them in Denica. You're right to go in there.
House needs repairs.
Yeah, I thought it was different pens. You're absolutely right. Same shape, everything. Totally forgot about that, guys. Yeah, they're going to the sheep pen. Absolutely right. In that game. Yeah, to be honest, you know, I was only really into Obsidian as a company when, you know, the older devs were there, when they're doing the likes of New Vegas. That one was a pretty immersive game. Never played any of their Pillars of Eternity type stuff. But when Outer Worlds came out, it was a mid-game, in my opinion. Avowed, oh my, that one, lots of people had a decent time, and that's what counts really. In my opinion, doesn't really matter. But me personally, I think it was a pretty bad offering. Especially for how much they wanted for the game. You know, you had a lot of hardcore Obsidian fans, you know, saying, well, the reason that Avowed was so bad is, you know, Xbox, Microsoft pushed them into doing a so-called AAA game. You know, when they're really doing the kind of niche, kind of, you know, kind of indie kind of B games, you know. They did, yeah. They did. They did a deal with BGS, Terry, that if they got a certain high Metacritic score, they'd get some kind of bonus. But I think they dropped 1 point below, so they didn't get the bonus. And then they pitched doing a spin-off to Skyrim. I would have loved to have seen that. The Elder Scrolls. Not Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls. And they refused that one. I think that New Vegas was a much more immersive game than any of BGS's Fallout games. There was just something about it. But it was the very first Fallout game I played, so maybe my opinion would be biased, would be sentimental, possible. But that was a great game. And I hope they don't remaster that as well. I wouldn't like to see that get remasters, not after what they did to Oblivion. It is, and I'm not going to say it either, Terry. Yeah, you're right, actually. Now move into those ones here. Yeah, it's a fold. Yeah, you can put cheap or, yeah. Absolutely forgot that. Yeah, big fan of Oblivion, to be honest. Oblivion was my first Elder Scrolls, so I've, you know, fond memories of that. And being my generation, obviously, as well. Great game, superior story, let's say, to Skyrim. Skyrim, obviously, was more graphically pleasing, a lot more to do, and all of that stuff. So, Skyrim would have been a more playable game. But story-wise, Skyrim suffered, let's say, compared to Oblivion. Even Oblivion started to kind of taper off halfway through. But apparently that's when that Emil guy came on to do the quest writing. You know, the guy that said, keep it simple, stupid. That guy. And speaking of that, it just reminded me of something. I was watching an interview, and it was I think it's the lady producer that does The Witcher. You know what, this new guy, Hemsworth? I think the other Hemsworth guy's brother. And, no, hang on. But it was an interview anyway, and they were saying, you know, see if you can track it down, guys. But basically someone was asking them in this interview or podcast or whatever the case may be. Yeah, I think Hemsworth was there. You know, why did they change The Witcher so much from the book? And I couldn't believe what I heard. But basically she said, well, the book was really complicated, but we geared the Witcher series to a US audience. So she basically said, you know, basically what Emil said, you know, keep it stupid. But that was, I think that was a terrible thing to say, to be honest. Well, you know, we made it simple for the American audience. I don't know what's going on there, to be honest. That one kind of ticked me off, to be honest. See if you can find that interview. Yeah, she said, no, she said the book would have been too complicated. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that's what it sounded like. Yeah, my mouth dropped when I heard that one. No, but like there's simple and then there's simple. Like there's BGS simple where, you know, you go into Starfield and a guy sends you on a quest to the other end of the galaxy to get him a coffee from a Starbucks, you know. And then there's, let's say, you know, the other way of doing it, which would be a decently, you know, written quest. But I thought that was the strangest answer ever. I don't know why she came out with that one. Book was too complicated. You know, we made the series for an American audience. Yeah. But still offensive, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, JR, am I? Yeah. But I know, to be honest, I would not be too pleased, let's say, if they released a series here and, you know, well, yeah, we didn't follow the book because, you know, Irish audience, you know, wouldn't understand it, so, you know, we had nice dangly flashy stuff and loud bangs and stuff, you know, something that they like, you know. Yeah. I think she could have been, you know, if she really thought that, she could have been a little bit more diplomatic, to be honest. Oops. My good God, look at the physics on that one. That guy really got carried away, didn't he? Yeah, that's me being silly, guys. There was no gold pens. They double up on the sheep pen. Yeah, I've totally forgot that one. Yeah, basically a fold. Yeah. Basically a fold. Could be. Yeah, Well, that's good, Terry. Oh. But the way I look at it, and let's say, you know, if it doesn't, well, basically it's a bad excuse for having a bad story on something, isn't it? You know? Oh, we made it a little bit more simple. You know, I'm sure if they did a good story, I think everyone would understand it. You know? And not to be listening to that corporate slop, you know? They're telling you, oh, well, the reason we make such bad programs is because you're dumb. We've got to make it for you. No, I wouldn't settle for that. Nah. But gutsy move by her, to be honest. For a while. Yeah, I think it's a pretty decent country. I've been in a lot of countries. I'm not just saying that obviously because I'm from here. I spent long periods of time obviously away, you know, working in that. It's a little different than what it used to be. You know, we're going through a few issues now, but it's not like the media make it out. You know, it's small protests here and there and that. Media likes to make a big thing of everything. But it's still normally the same. Although all Europe now is kind of going through a kind of crazy phase, you know. But to be honest, that interview caught me by surprise. Well, maybe that's what she thought. I'll give her points anywhere for being honest, if that's what she thought. But that's, you know, everywhere, obviously, in every country, there's a certain amount of people, let's say, that wouldn't have an interest in, you know, anything with a decent story and would prefer the kind of flashbang kind of stuff. But, you know, I don't think any country should sell themselves short. Yeah, I have watched, you know, YouTube and some of the stuff. Dublin, you know, they set fire to a couple of cop cars and that. But from what I've heard was there was a guy that came from Ethiopia, I think. So he's been here 7 years. And he should have been deported 7 years ago. So people can't understand why he didn't go. And I'll tell you the problem. Allegedly, he did horrible things to a 10-year-old kid. You know, obviously nothing has been proved out in court yet. So they're wondering how you're supposed to be gone out of the country 7 years ago, and you're allowed to do that. But I was watching the BBC News. There was another guy in a similar situation. He was just 2 days in the country when he had a string of, you know, those kind of assaults on people. And he served about a few weeks or a couple of months, and they released him by accident. And now there's a manhunt for him. So, that's not good. No. If you leave the stump, Kiwa, yeah, if you leave the stump, it will go back in 2 years. If you take the stump, it's gone forever. I don't need them here, they're an eyesore and they're in the way, so it will help a little bit with performance as well. And it looks horrible from the air. Oh, hi Infinite, how have you been? So what have you been up to? Yeah, but once you take the stump, you know, you can cut all of the trees and do what you want. They'll grow back in 2 years. Now, the new trees they give you, it takes about 12 months, 4 seasons for those to grow. But the original trees is twice that long. And I think maybe the new majestic trees as well. Well, no, they're actually 4 seasons. But if you leave the stump, I've done it. I've leveled the forest down there about 5 times, making the settlement so far. Yeah, it's a horrible situation. You should be familiar with that. It happened in the UK. Yeah, it just came up on my feed the other day. Obviously, I'm careful of what I read, but this was from the BBC. And if anything, let's say because it was a mess up by the government, let's say, if anything, you know, the BBC would be downplaying it, you know. So, yeah. A small village in the forest. I wouldn't mind it myself, to be honest. I did consider about 25 years ago, you know, building a cabin somewhere. I had some ideas for that. You know, kind of off the grid thing. Not that I'm any kind of survivalist or conspiracy theorist. You know, just be a nice place to visit. But, you know, my career obviously tied me up, and then I thought that, you know, when my career was winding down, yeah, I'd have a chance to do it then, but then I got an injury that stopped me from doing stuff like that, so couldn't do it after. It seems to be in a bit of turmoil, but the same thing is pretty much happening here. You know, when anything happens in Europe, it kind of catches on slowly, doesn't it? Like a virus. It's still on Game Pass. Nice. Yeah, it should be there for a while. I think they hold some games for like a year or something, Infinite, don't they? Okay, let's sleep till morning. We get the rest of these trees out. We've only got about 20 minutes or so. But I've got other plans, obviously, for the decorating. I like to do stuff in layers. I would need all of the buildings in and place where I need, and then I would systematically go from area to area, improving it layer by layer, and then, you know, we get the finished thing. On November the 7th. Oh, cool. Alright, we obviously need food. And that's something we have a lot of. Now, let's start getting these trees out, guys. Well, that's definitely one that needs to go there. Yeah, there's no saving those. They look horrible. I've got other little pieces of junk I can put there. Make up the difference. There. Okay, we've pretty much cleared this. That gives me a bit of room anyway, doesn't it? Now here's another area that has to be cleared. This little section here. And now is the best time really for doing this, because I haven't got enough time really to take on another project. You know, measuring it out can take hours sometimes. Well, that's an exaggeration, but it'll take 40 minutes or more. Okay, but cleaning this up to make it ready. I'll probably have, you know, I'll be back in what is it? This is the weekend, so it'll be Wednesday. Well, Tuesday evening, U.S. time. I'll be back, so that's 2 days. So it'll give me, well, if I've got the time, it'll give me a few hours to work on this and figure out where I want these things, especially the mill. But wherever I'm putting the mill, I'll have to have a decent amount of room for some flax fields. A mill looks nothing if it doesn't have, you know, a good few fields. So I think across on the road, on that large area I was saying, that would be a perfect spot for the mill. No, it's very, very relaxing. You know, you can take your time and do it. It's complicated, you know, until you get used to the little micromanagement of that, but it's no way difficult. And even if there's no real kind of battles in it. Now sometimes you'll get sent to kill bandits and that. But it's not kind of geared towards the kind of Valheim difficulty. This is more like a kind of Sims kind of thing. Kind of Sims, kind of simulating farming and that stuff, and, you know, with a little bit of everything thrown in, but no way is it difficult. Yeah. I think it is. It depends on what you like. If you like games like No Man's Sky, and if you like games like maybe Subnautica and Valheim, yeah, you'll like this. But it's not difficult, no. Well, they're probably there somewhere. Sorry. Oh well, I'm always on YouTube. I've got like, what, 1,000 videos on that? Oh my god. Yeah, I've been putting all of the VODs into that for the past, what, 3-4 years now, isn't it? Yeah, there's probably 5,000 to 7,000 hours of me on that. Now, let's get rid of this junk. But sometimes, you know, the tiniest little alteration on a settlement can make a big difference, and this is one, getting these out. What we need to do is we need to open it up more, and these are a massive clash. But I always knew I couldn't save these. It was different. I kind of got into the habit of saving trees because, you know, we couldn't make any trees when I didn't have the DLC. But now it's much different. We can make as many as we need. Oh, well, thank you, Derry. Yeah? We can get this rubbish out. So, I don't know, there's a reasonable amount of room here. It's not big enough for the likes of mill and that, but there's other stuff. I don't really want to put production here, to be honest. And, you know, crowding the houses. Well, I suppose I could do the miners' houses here. I'll see what way it looks from the map later. But I can be, you know, pretty fussy deciding where I want something, to be honest. So it's better I do that, let's say, offline. Yeah, it might be a bit of an eyesore there. This would be the spot to put our houses, guys. That would be the spot there for our mill and flax fields. Then we could probably put the well in here. I'll be closing that off, or we'll be just putting rubbish on that guy. Yeah, I'd say we'll be using this area. I was considering coming down here, cutting this off. But seeing as, yeah, I'll have to make use of this area as well, to be honest. So, I think maybe production here, guys, would be a good, you know, maybe come up with a road here and then a straight one coming here, and we could line up production. Might work. And then we go with our flax field and mill. Ideally, obviously, coming across here. The road. I'll tell you what really killed me in the settlement, guys. This road here. You see this one? Because if that wasn't there, I could have probably going from here. You know, across. Yeah. Gonna have to change it up a little bit anyway. There's way too much room there. I know I might be able to skip a few seasons as well. See if I can age these settlers a bit. There's a ton of kids that will be ready for apprenticeship in about 2 or 3 years. And then we can move them into apprentice positions and eventually get them to work. Now you could get a ton of settlers in here, but it kills the fun. You know, I wanted to start off with a base of 2,500, then working up to more like maybe 120, 140. And I needed that space between generations. If you get them all in at the same time, well, they'll basically be croaking off around the same time. And it'd be pretty hard to train new guys in that space of time. Not that we'd be playing that long, but still. Oh, watch it. We'll have this out of the way shortly. We'll get the stumps out and get done with these guys. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something with this as well. I'm probably going to hedge and wall this pretty tightly later. So that's what I'll do. On my couple of days off, I will use up this space and that space. And then see what I'm doing down here in this space. This is a reasonable space here. No, you could work the mill here too if you wanted to. I actually might. And put all the production over the other side. Yeah, I think I'll go with the mill here, guys. This is just about the right size. Once I figure out what I'm doing with those. And it's pretty close to the farm sheds, you know. Oh, I don't know. I used to have that working a few years ago and it just broke down, so, you know. I think somebody put that in for me. I wouldn't know much about it. That's it. It's probably still working. I don't know. Right, let's get out this junk. Yeah, well, if you just left that there, they grow back in 2 years. But once you take the stump, it's all over. Now I want these guys gone. So I'll concentrate on all of this area here. Go in with my mill and flax fields here with fences. Do something with stone and hedging on both sides of this. And then use this for something as well. About time I started getting this rubbish out. There, that's pretty much clean and ready to go. I'm definitely getting out this junk as well. Yeah, I've been postponing it. I thought maybe I could kind of use them. And then I really hadn't got the time to take them out, so now is the time to go. these out of here. Yeah, they look pretty horrible.
But it bores.
Hmm. Yeah, time to get rid of these. I'll get the other guys out later. Don't need it cleaning those. They definitely need to go. How long have we got? We've got 15 minutes. Should be enough to clean up this section. And we can kind of see what kind of room we're going with. But yeah, this would be ideal for a mill, guys. Yeah, I think we could work a mill here. What season are we in anyway? Spring. Yeah, I'll be doing this in summer. Next season. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to get out. Still relaxing, even if you're just clearing forest. It's a strange game. It's something like No Man's Sky. You just can't put your finger on it. Keep playing, you know. I like the immersion, you know, just to be able to empty my mind of just for a little bit. Sorry. Yeah, it's still a little iffy, to be honest. It's still a little iffy. Yeah, there was a ton of trees in here. I knew I'd eventually have to get them all. Yeah, I knew they were coming out of here. Just as far as here, anyway, I'll take them out. Yeah, that's a pretty big area, isn't it? Hey, we're gonna have a lot of fun here. I might be able to tuck back on the size of this a little bit. I'll just roughly put up the things I want. I shouldn't be even cleaning that. A lot of trees, isn't it? The whole area will even look better once they're out of here. Not the right type, to be honest. 2 crocs, yeah? Well, I said 2 crocs are better than 1, I suppose. Well, it'll take a while to clean it out, but it will definitely be worth it. It's a massive clash, let's say, from the air, these trees. There's actually some nice maple I could plant, you know, if I wanted to go that route. I'll show you them. Yeah, those, the likes of those. Oh, there's a little one's a little higher as well. Those I kind of like, they don't kind of clash too much with this, the air, especially on the colouring. But the beech, horrible, or birch or whatever it is. Yeah, right now, yeah. So there should be a good bit done. Let's say from when I left on the last stream, when I came back here, I managed to, remember we cut down this large area over here. We were wondering, you know, if we could maybe squeeze in a couple of houses with the storage I needed. So I got lucky, I got a good bit of time on this. Can't believe I forgot that the goats go in the same fold as the sheep. I found that out the hard way last time as well. So I managed to get that done. Little sparse maybe in the middle, but I think 3 is enough. Especially when, if you're looking at it at this kind of angle. Anyway, I don't want everything to be too uniform. Just uniform enough within its small space. Yeah, that would probably work. I can get other stuff in later, especially over here. I'll be going with the small shrubs in here and those, you know, those other ones as well. Yeah, I'll get rid of those trees later. I haven't got the time. Especially when I'm doing the decorating. And if I need other trees in, I'd prefer to use the maple. Or these larger majestics. They look a lot better. So if we get a bit of time, I should be able to get a reasonable amount done. Yeah, this is a nasty... There's a ton of wolves in here actually. But they don't spawn anymore once you build something close to them. Do not disturb, yeah? Yeah, getting there. There we go. Obviously this one is going, how long have we got? 7 minutes, guys. Let's see what we can do in 7. Yeah, those maple are not too bad, but that's in the wrong place. Now the original trees that's here I can move, just the ones I grow myself, so. Not an option to reuse it. You see how it's opening up nicely now. This would be ideal, you know, for the flax fields, especially because I'm already going from a certain level, you know, from here. So it should look pretty decent on the map. Yeah, but it was not the only place we could do it anyway, to be honest. get rid of the berries later. Easy enough. But you could literally take hours, you know, clearing a large forest in this to build even a small settlement. Not as quick as you might think. Yeah, maybe check up on her, see if she's okay. Of course. Well, something that really needed to be done regardless, so I might as well get it now. Who knows, maybe if I get a reasonable amount of time over the next 2 days I can get all of these sections sorted out. You know, if I could just get the layout without the decoration. So we know how big we'll need this thing. Now would be the time, wouldn't it? And just a couple more minutes left, we'll see. Probably, yeah, I'd say would be worried about the situation, alright. Oh god, how many trees are here? Okay, just these. Once I start something I find it hard to stop. There's a lot of trees, isn't it? But we've almost got them all now anyway. Okay, let's see. Didn't look that much actually when we started, but there was a good few of them here. Looks this way can be deceiving. No. Wrong kind of attention though, Terry, isn't it really? You're getting yourself in trouble with them all. It's probably just something simple, maybe. Anyway, from what I've been seeing on YouTube, if it's true, you wouldn't have to do much, you know, to grab their attention. Yeah. That maybe it was just some kind of misunderstanding. Yeah, but sometimes people get in trouble with the police, and it's not their fault, you know. I've seen instances, let's say, where people got arrested and, you know, because police officers, you know, were just pretty, let's say, didn't really look into a situation enough, you know, didn't investigate it enough. You know, police officers are just like any other human beings they have. Same kind of, you know, petty problems and biases and even prejudice. You know? When you're talking to them, you're not talking to the law or a badge, you're talking to the person. It's up to them to be professional, do their job and, you know, uphold the law. Which I suppose most of them do for the best part. Well, what I'm saying is, you know, maybe they overstepped their bounds. Would be the first thing. I will. Yeah, I'm very tired, but I'll go in and I'll have a quick glance at it, Terry.
I need some water.
Ah, we're pretty much done here now anyway, aren't we? We are. And this guy needs some water, that's good timing. That's it, I'll clear out the rest of it later when I get time. Absolutely spent. No problem. I'll probably have to check that straight away because I'm so tired. I'll probably be asleep in the next 15 minutes.
I'm thirsty.
There. Now you're not thirsty anymore. Well, it wasn't too bad. We got that large area done. We did some quests. Got some cash. I started to clear out some of these areas. So what I'd like to do is this is kind of work on it a bit. On the nasty stuff, let's say when I'm not streaming. Or else we could be streaming this thing for 12 months. And so kind of speed it up and we'll get on to other games. Oh. An iron arrow. I don't know how that got there. Getting there. Here, I'll save it over here. Yeah, I'll have to definitely sort them before I see what's going on. Maybe a nice roadway or something coming in. Or going across to one side. That's it, guys. We're pretty much done. Oh, hi, Cat. And how have you been? Sorry, I didn't see your message. You're just getting ready to raid. I've been on for 6 hours. I think I might have started my stream an hour early because of the daylight savings time they're using here. Yeah. But it says 7:40 for me, but it's actually 6:40. No problem. No problem, Terry. Yeah, just getting ready to shut up. Yeah, shut up shop and do a raid. That's good to hear. Sure, sure. Fire away, Cat. I do have a Discord. Yes, I do. I'll be in Discord for about, 10 or 15 minutes after I finish the stream. Before I get some rest. But if it's not too private, you can chat here. I don't mind staying a few minutes longer. But if it's something you want to discuss privately, sure, yeah, Discord. Now, let's save it here and then we're good. So, I will be back, guys, for my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. Let me just save here again. Perfect. Sure, okay. Oh, that's strange. Um, well, basically the games you play and the consoles that you play is, your own business. Is this someone that you know very well, whatever? Because it's no business of his what games you play. I could never understand people like that, Cat, to be honest. Sure, if he's got a problem with Nintendo or if he's got a problem with Xbox, that's, he's right. But, trying to preach to you what you should buy or not, nah. And I would suggest if someone is trying to bully you into some kind of boycott or whatever, to steer clear of that person. We are friends. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, absolutely pushing boundaries. Yeah. Hi. How would I pronounce that? Supposed to be pronounced Cajun, is it? Or Juan? Cajun. How have you been? Yeah, so basically, we think most companies have skeletons in their closet. Nintendo isn't the only corporation. Oh, sure, every single one of them. They're, well, they're companies, they're corporations, and you don't get to be a big corporation by, being a nice guy. Yeah, yeah. But it's like this. If you were to boycott every single corporation for the nasty things it did, well, you'd have no clothing, you'd be starving, and you'd be probably, unalive in a ditch somewhere. So, if you want to do these things, well, that's your own business. I wouldn't be, pressured into stuff. But that's just the world we live in. Some maybe not as bad as others, but it depends on what we know. But yeah, you can't boycott everything. Yeah. But it demanded too much time. It does in the beginning, all right, occasional. But once you get used to the management thing, and if you get, the NPCs in a proper position, but I don't mind spending the time on this. I can pretty much go away for the whole day and they kind of take care of themselves. It's just a large settlement I was building. Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know how friendly you are with this, but with that guy, Cat. But, if he's bullying you like that, he's not a friend. And, he wouldn't mind if he said, okay, well, I don't like Nintendo because of things they're doing, so I'm not buying their stuff. And, maybe if he said it in passing, maybe you should consider it too. That would be about as far as he should go. But if he's pressuring you to think like he does and does as he does, it's only a matter of time anyway before he gets kind of more toxic. So, judging by what you're telling me, I don't think he's really your friend. I think this guy wants to be some kind of cult leader, to be honest. So what he wants is admirers, not maybe friends. Well, that's from the outside looking in. Maybe I'm way off on this. But, if he's bullying you, first of all, just say, look, I don't appreciate you doing this. And, if we want to stay friends, you're going to have to mind your own beeswax. And if he's anyway toxic about that, then just block him, ban him. Yeah, that's it. That's all I can say. Yeah. But this I could never understand, Cat, why people take offense to other people playing games. I was often playing here, and some stranger would come on and say, "Oh no, you're not doing that right," and you're not doing this right. No, I wouldn't play that way. I'd play this way, kind of stuff. Well, games are not about that. They're about having fun and playing your way. And if you want to buy a game that's not popular, well, that's your business. And if you can get fun from it, that's what it's all about. Don't mind what people say. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And as I said before, Kat, even if you've got friends online, don't be doxing yourself. Don't give them too much information, about you. Maybe not wise. He's getting caught up in this kind of social media trend now as well. It's anyone's right, let's say, not to buy a product from a company if they disagree with them. Of course, I 100% back that. But you shouldn't be preaching to other people what to do. And that's just right up there with preaching your religion or preaching your politics. Live and let live. The new Digimon game. Yeah, let's say if I wanted to play a game, if the game was good, no matter what the reputation is, because let's face it, the majority occasion of people don't really give a hoot about the morals of a company. And when a company starts, being too toxic with overcharging and that, it's no good that the company or corporation starts crying that, making games is pretty hard to do and boo-hoo, all work is pretty hard to do. Nobody gives a hoot about that either. They want to buy good games at a reasonable price. That's what it boils down to. That's the majority of people. You get small majorities, all right, that, with like a certain amount of attention and, try to garner that, let's say, jumping on bandwagons, so to speak, Yeah, this is what I don't know. But that can be a kind of excuse, let's say, to see how much you can dominate someone. Occasion, there's a lot of strange people out there. It's pretty toxic behavior. As I said, this person seems to be like a budding cult leader kind of thing. It is, and it's not a nice either. But it's a massive red flag. If he's offended by the games you play. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Most of my friends play games that I hate, and I play games that they hate as well, but that's not a problem. I have lots of friends from, different religions and different cultures and different politics. Not that I am that political. Well, I think so anyway, but it's not up to me to say. So it doesn't bother me. And I think any normal person, and the vast majority of people are the same. It's just, you've got a combination of people, I think, that like 10 years ago would have been on the fringe, of any kind of attention, they couldn't garner even, a couple of views. And now that other stuff is, starting to go, and they're kind of rolling with that, Yeah, and that's okay as well, whatever kind of game that you want to play. It's all about playing a game and enjoying it. Doesn't matter what somebody else thinks of it, and it's really none of their business. Imagine if we all like the same kind of games. That would be really weird. Oh, it's all good, yeah. Do you, and, again, like, take for instance, I despise Starfield, and I'm a big BGS fan. The game was just so disappointing. But lots of people really like it, and I'm happy for them, It's just I hate it. And I'm sure I play games that they would absolutely despise. But it's unreasonable to think that, to expect everyone to like all of the stuff that you like. And it is a bit demented in a sense as well, seeing that, that's an impossibility. Yeah, almost nothing to it. But we would probably be the majority. But I'm happy for anyone, the whole point about buying a game and playing it, guys, it doesn't matter how bad or how good it is, or what people say, or how many people like or dislike it. If you play the game and you enjoy it, it's worth the money. That's what it's all about. There's lots of games that say that were massive successes that I didn't like. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But if somebody asked my opinion, I would have to be honest. If they say, do you think it's a good game, should I get it? I'd say, well, it all depends on what you like. But personally, me, I didn't like it, Yeah, on Game Pass. But that's the story with that. So don't worry too much about a cat. If you've got a toxic person in your life, they're showing those kind of cult-like red flags. First of all, in case they're just having a bad day or whatever. But to be honest, yeah, I think You know, if you want peace, I don't think your friendship will be lasting much longer if he's carrying on at the rate, you know, you were explaining. But just explain to him that it makes you feel uncomfortable that he's pressuring you all the time, you know, to dislike the games that he dislikes. And, you know, set some boundaries for him. If he ignores these boundaries, I wouldn't speak to him then after that. I would just ghost him. I would block him on all social media. Now, if it was a guy, I would say a different approach, let's say, you know. But, you know, if he doesn't respect your boundaries, ghost him, block him, end of story. And just get on with your life. Yeah. I've never really warmed to the Souls-likes game. I'm not really into the kind of boss-to-boss kind of stuff, you know. But that's just me. Or any kind of game, let's say, where you're kind of looking down at a character with a circle. But, you know, I can respect that these games are pretty good. Just not my kind of thing, you know. Yeah. But, let's say, you know, you rarely get... If you picked 100 people at random that regularly play games, you know, it would be amazing if, you know, even maybe 50 people would like one of the games you liked, you know. Yeah. For me, I like something that I can kind of lose myself for a few hours in. For me, it's been open world RPGs, you know. I do like a story, but finding a good story now in a game, let's say, especially in 2025, is like looking for a hen with teeth. You know, you haven't much chance of finding one. But, you know, there's lots of elements in a game, let's say, story and exploration and, you know, a nice kind of leveling process, and, you know, if I can get it, a pretty decent building game. But you'll never get any game, no matter what game you play, that will, let's say, if you've got, let's say you need good story, let's say for me, good story, good exploring, and if I can get, let's say, some good building and good mechanics. So let's say name those 4 things. You'll never get a game that will score high, let's say, on the 4 things you like most about any kind of game. You know, they'll always suffer in one or the other. So it's all about a balance, I suppose. No, I've never played the Stalker games occasion. A boss's soul. Yeah, it can be. And that's what the game is geared up to be, that kind of, you know, rewarding. Now, okay. Let me just save till morning and I'll save this again, guys. I think I'm way over my time and it's getting pretty late as well. And would you believe, for me, guys, it's almost 7 AM. Well, my clock is saying 8 because apparently we had daylight savings time. Oh God, I hate that. And I didn't realize it. Okay. Gonna have to do this back at my house. Okay, this is quite a maze, isn't it? Yeah. Well, my clock says it's almost 8 as well, but the game said, you know, I'm an hour ahead. So what I'm thinking is around this time of year, October, I'm not sure of the date, to be honest. They do a kind of daylight savings thing here. But yeah, you'll be on CET, so you would be an hour ahead as well. So you must do the daylight saving thing as well. Yeah, my clock here said says 8, and you'll see the save in the game here, which would be the Xbox kind of local time. Yeah, you see there, 6:57. I'm seeing here on my clock 7:57. So that's the first thing I noticed, let's say, when it was a couple of hours in the stream. So I'm assuming that was probably even yesterday, who knows, that they changed the stupid time here. Cool. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no harm in trying a game, I suppose. You know. And sometimes people can kind of warm to certain games, I suppose. But that's it from me, guys. I got to get to sleep, and I've got to visit Discord for a little bit as well before I get some sleep. So, thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I will be back again on for my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream. So that would be Tuesday evening, let's say Eastern Standard Time US, and Wednesday morning for me. And you too, Gaijin. Thanks for being here. My pleasure, Jaeger. Take care and stay safe. Yeah, so that's it. I definitely need to get some rest, guys. I've been tired for quite some time. So, and thanks again for the... I think we had some raids as well. Nice having you here, Gaijin. So, goodbye, Gaijin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Jaeger. Wolf, if you're watching, of course, and Roberto. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Also, Terry, Kat, Randy, Hufflepuff, Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Let's see who else is here. We mentioned Young. I think Young was on, so have a good one, Young. There's a few more. My memory is not the greatest anymore, especially when I'm so tired. So I kind of scroll past chat to see who was here. And what I can remember, let's say, from memory. Infinite, of course. Have a good one, Infinite. And you too, JR. Let me see. JR, Infinite. And Kiwa. Thanks for stopping in, Kiwa. And nice to hear from you again, Owned. Hope you have a great day. And that's it. That's everyone I can see now. I probably missed a few. It is entirely possible. So if I have, apologies to whomever I might have missed. And thanks for following, Keijon. I appreciate it. And welcome. Welcome to the community. So, yeah, that's me done. I'll do the usual, guys. We'll do a raid. I have to quickly check Discord. I'll probably be lurking for about 10 or 15 minutes on this raid. But then I absolutely have to go to sleep. But I'll keep looking on that. At least my phone will be. So, yeah, bear with me for this one if you can for a moment. And I will be back, as I said, Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. Wednesday morning, European time. I hope to see you then if you've got the time. And until then, take care, everyone. Stay safe and... have a good one. So, let's do this raid, guys. And I definitely need to get something to eat. I've been kind of hungry for a while now. Right.